on my body.
There we go.
All I can hear every time I hear my body. All I can hear is stupid Jake from Adventure Time going, rubbing it on my body, rubbing it on.
All right. Wasn't in either of those notebooks. Was it in the dumbass? This one? No. They did like the.
Vinistra said.
Post-story Adventure Time stuff was cool.
The plot part, the part with actual plot. The only parts I've been able to.
So the gay part.
I guess, sure. The only parts I've been able to see are like the childish, episodic bits that don't really. They're just kind of.
Adventure Time functionally seemed like it kind of grew up with its audience.
Characters, but doing it in a very roundabout and honestly draining way.
It was super draining. That show was like so draining. Like,
yeah, first few seasons is rough.
Yeah, again, luckily it did seem to actively grow and mature with its audience, which I give it applause for.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Chowder. The first few seasons remind me of Chowder.
Chowder was a fucking fever dream.
Nurples.
Chowder was such a fever dream. Schnitzel was a vibe, though.
No,
Schnitzel? I don't think I ever got I got fucking exposed to Schnitzel. Oh, right. That. God. I had compartmentalized and locked up that fucking sound bite in my brain, and it just came screaming out, bashing its way through the bars like a pissed off, shark testosterone fueled King Kong. Thank you for that.
No. Okay, let me make it worse. Would you like a free lollipop?
Fuck.
Would I? Would you? Would I? Would
God
you?
damn it.
Would I? Would you? Would I what? Would you like a free lollipop? Would I?
Stop!
Oh dear Lord.
It keeps going and goes, Rana. Yes, I would. End of that.
Les Miserables, rada.
Rada.
Ugh, something in my brain just threw up.
You know what was the worst part about? You know what was the worst part about Chowder? The background for Chowder. It would make me vomitous.
Okay, I know I wrote it down on something. Something has it written down. You know, maybe it's the little blue notebook under the fucking dice tray. Let's check that one real quick.
Hey.
Yeah.
Rick, if you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm going to remind you this, okay?
It was very creative. I remembered it was unique.
It was unique because so they would take one color background, like a pattern, right? And the characters would walk across the pattern and walk back and forth across it.
The patterns would always remain static despite the motion of the characters.
That's right. Yes, so you would literally just have the same colors.
Which was absolutely part of it feeling like a fucking fever dream.
It made me so nauseous watching that show. It was so nauseous.
And like
all the time.
That shit probably saved so much on animation costs, but like, god damn.
It did. But the whole problem was that they started using it for other TV shows, and it was a horrible idea.
Well, you know, it became a stylized aesthetic at that point. So.
Do you want to know what was even more? Do you want to know what was a writing fever dream? Flapjack. Flapjack was a writing fever dream.
Oh God. Here's the thing. That's another thing my brain did. My brain just made fucking Chowder and Flapjack the same show.
No, they're not the same show. They're not.
Fused
They're
them.
really not.
I know, but they like fucking the time slot that they were in were right fucking next to each other more often than not.
They're both fever dreams at the same time. So
they were both the same type of stylized fever dream at that.
Let me give you a better fever dream.
I'm pretty sure they even had a fucking crossover episode.
Let me give you a better fever dream. Return the slab, will suffer my
Courage the Cowardly Dog, yeah.
That's right.
I'm so thankful that my childhood was still in the bridge like before it befuddlingly went to Boomerang. The fact that Courage the Cowardly Dog showed up on Boomerang now is such a weird mindfuck. It does not feel like it's that old.
Dexter's Laboratory.
That too,
Dexter's Laboratory was so fucked. But it was one of my favorite shows because I could always do.
Or fuck, the show that seared itself into my brain as a kid, fucking Johnny Test. Annoying prospect of a show, but my god, it seared itself into my skull.
Okay. Is anybody else angry about the Ed, Edd and Eddy show? I hated that show.
Ed, Edd and Eddy wasn't a
was
fever dream
always
as much as
great.
it was a full-on acid trip.
Yeah.
No, it was like, okay, let me put it like, it's like Our Real Monsters. Our Real Monsters has the same aesthetic as Ed, Edd and Eddy.
Yeah, or god damn it. Fuck, I'm forgetting the name of the show, but it was all about like imaginary
Vinestra
friends in like a
Super
fucking foster
Robot
home.
Monkey Team
Foster's Home for
Hyperforce
Imaginary
Go
Friends.
was a name.
The description was in the name, god damn it.
Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends.
Yeah, that was a hell of a show. Then there was fucking Life of a Teenage Robot.
I did not like that.
That one was weird.
I preferred Batman Beyond, if we're gonna be honest.
Batman Beyond, Batman the Animated Series, fucking great. I was not around where they were on TV as much, but I did have a fucking whole DVD set for Batman the Animated Series. And I watched it to
I'm going
death
to let you know
until it
that
got
Joe's
literally
mom-
crushed.
Okay, I'm gonna say that Joe's mom literally remembered gargoyles.
Yeah.
I'm going to remind Joe that she remembered what gargoyles was.
Mm-hmm.
Those are stone statues they put on top of old buildings. Right?
Also, the Gargoyles TV
I know,
show, which
but it was a
edgy
TV
shit.
show
Cool.
where,
Ah.
yeah. It was okay. It was based in Scotland, where they would turn into like
And
stone.
awakened monster fuckers.
Shut up.
a little bit, yeah.
Shut up.
Also had a bunch of actually hand-me-down Gargoyles toys in my toy chest as a kid. A bunch of them.
Me too. Me too. But mine weren't hand-me-downs. Mine were given when the show came out.
Yeah, I was definitely a hand-me-down kid from like a lot of 90s shit. And also we were poor. We didn't get live TV, so there was a lot of 90s fucking VHSs that just occupied my time.
My
Okay.
uncle was autistically obsessed with Transformers, so I got a whole bunch of hand-me-down Transformers.
Yes, I never got to watch that show.
I never got OG Transformers. My childhood was still just like, it started with the Michael Bay stuff, which definitely poisoned my perception of
Yeah.
like future
That's
Transformers
fake
stuff.
poison.
Yeah. That said,
would
I
recommend you just
finally...
straight up go back and watch G1. Right?
Yeah, I managed to mature enough to realize, oh, Michael Bay is kind of like its own, honestly, just a kind of complete reimagining of the concept, which for that being what it is, fine, whatever. Then going in and watching, like, here's what core Transformers actually looked like, it's like, oh, this is transforming vehicle person anime type shit, and I'm in love with it.
Yes.
Cool.
And I'm here for it.
You have to keep in mind when watching G1 is the lore isn't gonna make sense. These were toy commercials.
Well,
I'm also going to remember that
they still tried to make it
that
make sense in
G1
extra
literally
material,
about
which is
aliens.
cool.
Yeah, but like the
You-
question of whether Autobots can fly or not, who knows?
Yeah.
They figured that out by season 2.
Vinestra said, "At least Starscream possessing a schoolgirl isn't animated."
You know, okay, I'm gonna let you know one of the ways to my heart right now. I'm gonna let you know if somebody ever made gummy bear dice with little mini gummy bear characters in it, I would probably die.
Excuse me while I go on Etsy and find out if that's a thing, because it probably is.
I love gummy bears. I don't understand. It's gummy bears bounce. It's the stupid gummy bear TV show. We only had one season, but it was literally about like these gummy bears that were like in medieval times, and they were so cool and had like the only superpower was making gummy bear juice and then basically being able to bounce out of the situation.
Well, off the bat, I found fucking Care Bear dice.
I don't want Care Bear dice. Actually, I might want Care Bear dice.
Starscream has gotta be Armada Starscream.
And yeah,
Ooh, that's a
fucking
good
called
one.
it.
So much depth.
Etsy, Gummy Bear dice, right off the bat.
Somebody needs to put that in the chat, please.
By Discarded Dice. Now, what is their shtick? Oh, okay. I think it's just a color scheme they have that they named Gummy Bear.
No. That is not what I want.
That is
I
not
want,
what
like,
you meant,
somebody
I
to-
know.
I want somebody to make miniatures of the gummy bears, paint them, like take the time, and then like put them in there. I will pay $300 for that bullshit.
You heard it here, folks. You have a buyer right out the gate.
I'm letting you know if they did the same thing with gargoyle dice, like with Elisa, and then like literally having like Elisa and what is his name? The hot one. What's the hot one's name?
Yet again, another dice set that's named Gummy Bears for its color scheme, but has no actual artistic rendition of any Gummy
Vinistra
Bears.
said, Goliath.
You.
Or
Hey,
Demona.
No, Damone is hot in like the evil way hot, but like the not nice way hot. She's the narcissistic
Or
girlfriend. hot.
Xanatos.
And then there's an Etsy set called
Xanatos
Rainbow
is so
Bear,
hot.
which is
Xanatos
low in
is
stock with only
so
6
hot.
left, and they're on sale.
Xanatos is so hot. If you've never watched that show, Brick, that's a show to watch. Oh my god. If you want to watch a fairy show where fairies are hot, that's a good one. Puck is really hot in that
Fairy
show.
show where fairies are
Gargoyles.
hot. What the fuck?
Gargoyles. I'm sorry, Puck was hot. I don't know. I don't care who you are. Puck was hot in that show. But he was also like the blonde, nerdy guy that followed Xanatos around for a long time. I have a
Okay, while
problem.
looking for
Monster
what the hell you're
Fucker
looking
Show.
for, I found Disney's Adventures of the Gummy Bears, the role-playing game.
Huh?
What the fuck?
Link me. Link me. Link it now.
It's okay. Is it referencing a video game? I don't know. It's some weird ass thread
Okay.
in RPG Geek.
I'm going to let you know something, Joe.
I'll let you
Gummy
deep dive
Bears
down
is
that
a-
shit, whatever the fuck that means.
Okay. Gummy Bears was a TV show in the 1990s that only ran for one season. And it was based in the like 1600s, where bears were like animatronic and super awesome, and they would bounce. They would drink gummy berry juice.
Let's see, when was the release of this shit? No ratings on it. This seems like okay. This may very well be an gas poll. I don't know.
Have you never watched Gummy Bears, Joe? I swear.
Oh no, wait, no, it is. Hold on. From what I can tell from the few screenshots I'm seeing, this is a TTRPG.
I'm gonna play
Yeah,
Gummy
it is.
Bears,
What the fuck?
guys.
Okay. All right, hold on.
Link the guinea pig. Link it.
There's the actual one with, and it's got a creating a character screenshot and everything. This is weird.
I am so excited. I am so excited. They had different like abilities, Joe. That was what the cool thing about Gummy Bears. Like they didn't get to get more than one
It
season.
was released
so they
in
had a really bad time for it.
2014,
Oh hell
so
yeah!
11 years ago. There are
We
no
love Gummy
ratings. It
Bears.
seems like nobody played it. From what I can tell, it's a one-page RPG, so it's one-shot material.
Well, I kind of wanted to actually finish some of the plotline holes in Gummy Bears, considering they had some of the stuff written.
This is so fucking weird.
Don't! You've never seen this show! It's a magical show, Joe! It's like Fraggle Rock, okay?
I'm not
Don't be
criticizing the
mean.
show. I'm criticizing whatever the fuck this RPG is. I'm confounded and confused. An uncredited artist. Publisher was Viral Games. It is from a series of apocryphal editions. What is the dice system they use here? I think it's a D20 system.
I am excited for this.
I'm not
We
sure.
are going to play an adventure in Gummy Berry Land. Make gummy bear juice, motherfuckers. Why am I a 5-year-old? I don't know.
Yeah, it's a D20 system. What the fuck? So, okay, sorry, weird ass tangent.
My attention sent me on compare. We had a gummy bear.
Vinestra said, so D&D or I
Yes.
start
Yeah, please
posting
do.
NSFW.
Oh my god, stop it!
Why not both? No, I'm kidding.
Why not both? Yeah, we're both thinking the
Okay,
same thing.
no,
Why not
both.
both?
All right.
You can start with me, Joe. I'm literally sitting over here.
I meant to say NSFL.
What the fuck is NSFL?
I don't know.
Not safe for life?
No, please don't do that. My brain. Oh my god.
See, my dumbass brain went to National Super Football. No.
I'm done. I think. I hope she enjoys it. And now I must rest. Wait a minute. Did I pour my paint? Oh, I did. Okay, awesome. I can leave the other one to dry out. I don't care. Now, off to my bedroom. I get all the things I have planned done today.
And Rick, you might see on the stream preview, everybody has some super basic nameplates. They're a little off kilter because it's also trying to pick up Vinestra, even though she chalks through the bot, so it gets a little wonky. It's going to be a little off kilter. It is what it is.
Don't do that to him. He can't remember.
So, basics, they light up green when we light up green. It's easier to see when people are talking and who's talking.
Oh. I like that.
Yeah. Less of a...
That to me. That's pretty neat.
Not too much of a bitch to set up. It only cost me, what, fucking $14 a month to make sure that I don't, you know, have everything break super easily. But it allows you to set up some really basic reactive PNG avatars and shit too. And I just did nameplates instead of normal PNG stuff.
But it's not like local on your computer or anything.
It is through a website. So this is a browser source that I've set up.
Never mind. Interest is lost.
Fair enough. All right. Oh, that's a good crack. Alrighty. Where did my brain go? Somewhere in that crack I lost brain cells. Alright. So. Vinestra, as well as a number of Xanon's family members in tow, with Paul essentially teleporting everybody back through to Kitty. Angel,
She just started.
you immediately feel Paul's
Don't worry about
presence,
it, Papa.
as
I
of
got
course
it.
you have also been sent back tangibly
Stand up,
back to
though.
Kitty yourself, given the endeavor that you had to push yourself through.
See, I'm live right now. They can hear everything everybody says.
It's still going to scream also.
I felt it's done.
Let me make sure I have the right notebook to keep track of things properly. There we go. Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. There we go.
Sorry, guys. Mom needed me to do like 3 different things.
You are all good. Let me pull up the calendar as well, actually.
Oh. Hey, Joe, can you do me a big favor?
No, sorry, yes, what is it?
I know. This is gonna be the worst thing to ask. I'm gonna message you.
Oh boy. You know you can say that out loud, right? Well, okay, actually, no, you were surrounded by family. You can't say that out loud, but yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I can do that.
I will be forever thankful, considering I don't want to have to cook because I've been the one doing everything all day.
No, I get it.
Like, I haven't stopped and I literally have chocolate on my shirt. Oh.
I get it.
Hi, baby. Guys, you have to see this cute little bean. I have to show up the cute bean. Look at that bean. Look at that.
I completely forgot that there's a holiday in my setting called Faunacast.
Hey. Bear. Say hi, Bear. Hi, Bear.
Vinestra said, "That looks like a loaf of bread."
It is a loaf. The best
Big loaf of bread.
Girl loaf. The baby girl loaf. The baby girl kind. Yes. You want some Cheerios? Would you like some Cheerios? You want Cheerios, baby bear? Watch this. This is the coolest thing. Ready, Bear? You ready? Let's go get some Cheerios. Come on. Cheerio time. He's like, am I gonna get to go in your bedroom soon? Yes, you're gonna see the baby soon. Come on. Come on, Bear. You gotta lead the way. Come on. Let's go get some Cheerios. You gotta lead the way. Come on. I'll get some for little Bear too. Little baby. Let's go. Look at that floofer, Joe. You're getting free content right now.
Very nice.
Look at this burr. You ready?
Oh, good. The app knows which address I deliver to.
All right. Where did Daddy put those? Oh, she probably put them on the table. There.
Reorder that.
Oil bake. He's as spoiled as there in the whole wide world.
I gotta refresh the Mickey D's app because it's not liking what I'm doing.
I'm gonna hide in here so Bear's gonna be in here with you, Dad. Because I gotta get my room finished so Bear can walk in. Call Bear, please, Daddy. It's for you.
Let's refresh it again.
It's a HEPA filter, Daddy. To help you with your allergies. It's supposed to. I can turn it down to a 1.
No. The furniture was all mismatched.
That's what.
Fo, I want to build up points for this. Are you gonna make me order it through DoorDash? Okay, I think it fixed itself. Yes, it did. Wonderful. Good.
Hey, you need to go in there with Daddy for a little while. Daddy, call Bear. Okay, well, you can sit here in between. I'm just gonna be cleaning, baby Bear. You can't get in here, my bear. Not yet. You can sit right there, okay? I know, babies. You're hungry. He's so busy all day. All day. Busy for the pig. Too busy for the pig. Oh, pig. They want water, they want food, everything's frustrating for them right now. There you go, babies. I'm gonna take a nippy nap. I'm gonna sit down for 5 minutes, guys, and then I'm gonna get up from my bed and clean. Oh, Bear's gonna sit at my door. Is that be there?
Okay, your order is on its way and confirmed. And now, again, because of the episodes and everything that my brain's lost track of shit, trying to confirm on the calendar here what the date is in the world. to recall kind of what we're getting close to here.
We started a festival.
Are we...
Platinum Festival starts today.
Oh, okay, so it's the 13th. All right.
I'm so tired.
All right. So, effectively the ass crack of dawn, especially in this part of the world, given time zones are a bitch when you're moving across massive swaths of a planet. Angel, Venestra, a number of now liberated slaves, Amira Nicodemus, and several more in tow. You are met by a dark, cold environment, getting freely blasted and breezed by the morning drift and flying bounds of snow. Let me go ahead and switch the music, because this is really energetic for sort of the morning setting. Nope, wrong one. I can... Oop, there it is. I think. As all of you are getting blasted and battered by the morning snow, Paul's teleportation, bringing everybody here, was still a little bit off target. As healed as he was from the damage that he sustained during your sort of external mission and external excursion, he's still shaken. Significantly shaken. While between you and Nick, you hold 4 brand new offspring along with you. And a collection of, shy of the ones that did unfortunately pass, about 54 liberated slaves of a mixture of peoples, including changelings, with you. Paul's timing seems auspicious. It's about an hour ahead of where you, Angel, would usually set up to go ahead and start taking care of your own kids. However, given the morning spat that you had, you're far more exhausted than normal. And far more exhausted than you're normally used to. To be able to properly take care of that, you can feel it in your bones. Nick is about as fatigued as you are in that regard. But you are quickly enough greeted by a number of your more matured children who are more than keen on taking up those duties that you are going to perhaps briefly miss out on amidst your exhaustion. It is also not without its own level of commotion, enough to disrupt the sleep of a great many numbers of guests throughout both Mochizuki Keep and the Evergreen Estate. Some dwarves, some elves, some various other sort of collected locals that have made a brief, relaxed, or even prolonged stay between those houses. It's gotten them curious enough to come out and look at the nature of the commotion. While damage has been healed, the record of it has not, as a great many of you are bloodstained and damaged. Venestra, for the most part, unscathed, but still the record of battle very clear on somewhat tattered clothing. And the sullen, haggard, and traumatized faces of the many people that accompany you. Far greater and graver evidence of what you just left behind.
Entering into the castle, Joe, with all of the kids that are changelings running and kind of, they would probably swarm Angel and probably, right? Should be a full swarm.
The attempted swarm of many of your younger children who are super keen on approaching you are being staggered out and slowed by some of your older children, given the exhausted state that you are now in. Just trying to sort of not really stem the flow, but just kind of adjust it to a more careful approach. Given A, the magical volatility that you are currently engaging with, not to mention the dual exhaustion between you and Nick giving birth to 4 more kids, as well as what briefly attempted to inhabit both of your bodies and successfully inhabited yours.
The thing that also followed us was Pendra. As far as an actual goddess on land, she might look like just a normal person passing inside the house.
Well, what has followed you up here? Where briefly you were greeted by the evergreen dragon goddess, now you are simply being followed by what appears to be just sort of a common snow leopard.
The Grian.
No. It's still Pendra. Pendra is the goddess of nature, so being able to blend into environments naturally, regardless of her more godly presentations, is a pretty common thing.
She's gonna let Nick use Pendra as a lift or a crutch to get inside and follow him up.
Which he more than happily does.
She's going to whistle for Archimedes.
Whistling out for your massive dire corgi, with the analog in bear to accompany you presently and literally, Megan. He bounds out very quickly, hoping at first for the scent of pocket bacon, though doesn't have to get very close to it all to realize that there is a clear scent of fatigue on you, among many other prompt and poignant issues. Rushing to you and Nick, curious, looking at each of your hands. What's going on?
Tired. Can you take Mama to her room?
Yeah.
Or at least to the throne room, because we need to address at least these people to get them situated and rest.
He kneels down promptly and quickly to go ahead and gather and scoop you up. Nestra in tow. It's a fascinating thing seeing the gods of this world. I mean, you're used to a lot of powerful spirits and things and being exposed to that. You've gotten pretty used to the more ostentatious and grandiose presentations of the divines in this place. A more subtle one like what Pendra is currently doing is interesting even still. The only thing that really seems to starkly betray the otherwise innocent and heavily blended snow leopard that she has turned herself into is just the subtle growth of grasses left behind in the paw prints as she continues to walk through the snow and permafrost.
Looks over at Pendra, thinking to Pendra, take Nicodemus upstairs to her room, please.
Already on it.
I gotta at least address the people. She looks over at Avery. Probably in at least in the working area. Considering there's so much of a commotion, would you be in the area because there's a commotion?
Probably.
She looks over at Avery. I need you to calm down any changelings who are panicked. Let them know that they're safe. This is a safe place to stay. Until things are settled.
Hey, instead of running ragged, can I just telepathically tell all the changelings in the area that, or is that not?
Your telepathy doesn't have that broad of a reach.
Okay, I don't have broadband telepathy. Got it.
Right.
You want to come sit with the babies? Hold on, I gotta make a little path for the bear. Hold on. He wants to come sit by the babies. Hold on. She likes to come check.
You do that. You just. How many are there?
She uses thaumaturgy. Now speak out loud.
Hey, chill the fuck out. You're all safe.
Roll me a persuasion check. We'll call that for the group at large. They are not actively panicked. They are just actively trying to disconnect themselves from the traumatic environment they were in. And then some of them, while more recently, some of them had been in it for quite a long while.
with this baby bear.
Genesis. Launch game.
Yeah, it's really messy in here right now, baby bear. We'll get it cleaned up, okay? You can lay down right here in the middle. We work in.
Avery
Okay?
Starlight.
Finish your little path.
Weak. You said for, persuasion?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I rolled a 2, but luckily I have a plus 21 in persuasion.
Plus 21. Hell yeah. Okay, so 23. Most of them do settle, kind of trying to steady themselves, take in their environment, and really settle down, though what does remain of any sort of panicked motion and activity is more than anything, more so keen on getting inside, especially given that they are essentially in the North Pole, many of them scantily clad at best. And I do say scantily clad, not skimpily clad, as they were not those types of servants. More so just stripped of dignity in regards to their lack of clothing, a lot of them. Not to mention, a number of these species also really not naturally adapted to cold environments.
So, like, burlap clothing, pretty much.
At best, for some of them. Yeah, others, it's like, you know, a rough, even in some cases, like wicker weave. At most, like wearing baskets, really.
Yeah.
Angel's going to speak in the language of Solai using thaumaturgy.
Vinestra said, V is going to shift into her large dragon form to provide some radiating warmth.
That'll absolutely help.
Well, it would be warm inside considering the Underdark stuff. Probably
Right.
warm at the point.
But as a
Inside,
brief
they have it really
interim
comfortable.
for them starting to move inside, for those that are still outside and moving in, that absolutely helps.
Angel's going to move to the bar and sit on the bar using thaumaturgy and say in the language of Solai, "Brethren, you are safe in my home.
Yeah. Between you and Avery, offering stern and calming brief interjections. It does help settle and quell some people back to reality, if a little more so than the slap in the face of going from hot and humid to dark and cold did initially provide.
He says, eat and drink as you can. Food will be provided for you.
Which you can hear the sort of murmurs and nods and kind of notices of, or notes of agreement between those that do know the language and can communicate. Among these people, even though some of them know each other a little bit less than others, as there's definitely a sensation of some people, especially with sort of the howled look in their eyes, being in this longer than some of the others, there is still that sort of immediate sort of survival-driven sense of community among the 50-plus people that have been brought here.
Do not steal in this home. The home can sense your fear and your unrest. A room will be provided for you. Rest well, and I will speak with you in the morning.
All right. And not only do some of your children kind of help arrange these people, but some of the awakened elves here from the town of Arcala that were here chilling out for part of the diplomacy, as well as actually some of the dwarves, given what they came here to negotiate and help in aid of, are also fairly keen on trying to help arrange and adjust some of these people and get them settled in, settled down, and settled into maybe a more relaxed perception of reality, even if just for the moment. And slowly but surely, the clamoring commotion settles itself back into the dull whisper of horribly early morning.
Angel's gonna climb the stairs. She's gonna put her hand on Avery's arm and she's going to tell I need rest.
You need rest?
I'm letting you know you can feel that she was taken over by the other goddess, considering your mind link with her.
You need rest.
I'll say at least where that manifests is you can feel this almost like layered dissonance, like almost like a feedback signal coming off of her mind of sort of a similar frequency, but something old and kind of broken that's sort of fading off. Like trying to tune a walkie-talkie to an AM radio. It's that sort of scratch.
What do you need me to do?
I just need you to make sure they all stay calm and there is no fighting tonight. Let the Platinum Dragon's knowledge give us peace for once.
As it stands at this point in the morning, there's probably about 5 hours before daylight breaks. And starts, of course, the first, at least official, day of the Festival of Knowledge.
Angel's gonna walk to Farah next, or have at least Archimedes take her to Farah and Zeus next. I need my mom.
Yeah. Struggling your way up and around. I'm sure, Avery, you concerningly just kind of keeping tabs on her mental state. Nick kind of hanging back and trying in a very practiced and sort of rangerly way, trying to sort of lick his wounds and readjust himself while holding aloft two, again, brand new children, himself, while Angel is holding a pair herself as well.
No, they're on my back at this point.
They're on your back, okay. As they are on your back, you do, easily enough, knock on Zeus and Farah's door, and given the commotion, you see Zeus opening the door readily, and that sort of immediate bleed of the additional open presence of another sort of psionically based and practiced individual immediately kind of enters into that sort of flowing framework of mental feedback and sort of further tries to calm the storm, as then Farah, in her massive dragon turtle state, walks in wearing almost a very homely, very comfortable, almost very stereotypically grandmotherish nightgown to account for her mourning over her turtle-like frame. So,
You know, she just hugs her and starts to cry, considering she can't hug Lumos right now.
And they bring you in, holding your embrace.
It felt like my body was splitting in two.
And like we've done before, we will hold you together.
I just need to get to my room because Pendra needs to talk to us because I don't know what's going on. She's so angry. I feel like my body was being ripped asunder. Like I had no choice.
Easy enough, they help you get to your room. Where passing in the halls, even you can't help but make the note of not being able to connect mentally to this snow leopard that's just casually walking in the halls and leaving behind patches of growth in the stone and wood floors as it passes by.
She almost killed me. Like the first thought that you have in this almost killed me. And then the thought process, this Angel's never been afraid before of what's going to happen, but this was too much for her.
You get that note of record and of almost observed correction as you get a brief and overwhelming flash of connection to that snow leopard. And as you try to settle into it, you get one very clear image. There was no almost in that, as you very clearly see some distended divine presence briefly parading in the asphyxiated, pale, cold corpse of Angel. Before it was then brought back afterward.
I have to ask Kendra about my mom's family now. There has to be something that goes along with this, because this is so strong. She's out and telling Avery I'm gonna be okay. Just give me a little time.
Okay. The amount of additional presences here, defined and otherwise, are going to have impacts on everybody. We're going to go ahead and start with you, Angel, here, and then we'll kind of rotate to what this sort of draws in toward the bug zapper, so to speak, for everybody else. Especially given the day it is. It is notable that outside, in the sort of very vibrant bits of moonlight in the early morning, that it almost seems to give off a platinum metallic-like glow, bathing the landscape around.
Is the food here? Oh, it's food. Food is food. Food's in my room.
Got there 7 minutes ago, Megan.
Keep going, keep going. I'm excited. This is a good description. Good story.
As you make your way up into your bedroom, Nick following behind probably after a good 20 minutes, and mostly being dragged in, actually, by the help of not Archimedes, but who is he paired with? What's her name? I'm not Pendra, actually. Pendra is helping drag in Navarre.
Would it be Lilin?
No, the counterpart to Archimedes, that he paired up with.
There's Archimedes, and her name begins with an A. Archimedes, and it's another Roman name. My brain is doing the blank again because I'm probably hungry.
Okay. Whatever her name was, she does help him into the room where Pendra helps in Navarre. Settling in, she very quickly sheds the form of that snow leopard, which notably isn't just some empty transformation, but it seems she took the time to actively possess the beast, as in a moment of scared anxiety, the animal freaks out before it is promptly teleported out of the building, and you can see it bolt off and away from the castle from outside the window.
Which one?
The snow leopard form that Pendra took was a form that Pendra literally took. She possessed the body of a snow leopard.
Oh, okay.
She exited its body, teleported it outside of the castle, and it bolted off, freaked out that it was briefly granted a higher standard of consciousness than its animal body normally provides. Well.
I am terrified.
Yeah.
How did she do that? How did she do that?
She wasn't supposed to. She wasn't supposed to be able to. When you go to rest in the garden, that is a final rest. Reincarnations be damned. Reincarnations are when you trust a mortal with your essence to reinvigorate and recreate your being. What you were before is supposed to be just that, before.
Be alive.
She's refusing to let well enough be left alone and be corrected by the actions and choices of those that would come after her.
I'm tired.
Yeah, and she's refusing to let a lot be your choice. She lost her lessons a long time ago, and she's still trying to be in the driver's seat.
I don't mind the aftershocks of what she drank. I don't mind having so many children. I don't mind this. Because I'm supposed to populate heaven, that's what I've been told.
Part of what you were given was my essence to provide that in the first place. I don't mind it either.
But I mind the dying. I mind the dying. I mind the splitting. She didn't even know how to give birth. She was killing me.
She killed you. And Nick. Only reason y'all were able to get brought back with as little damage as you were was because I was there, trying to keep him together and there for you.
What did you lie about? What did you not tell her brother about? She's so angry.
Who and how, who killed her and how she died. Information that she will learn later. Tamora's gonna make sure of that. Right now is not the time for her to learn it. She will learn it from the mouths of others.
I know what happened to her.
Yes, you do.
I know who did it. He still follows me.
And one big problem, one big thing that you and Nick are gonna have to ensure before y'all properly take over her role
is that he's dead.
Not only that he's dead, but that she is properly put to rest.
So tired.
She keeps leaving her bed.
She feels like it's never gonna get done. That was what it felt like. It felt like nothing ever ends for her.
And
it felt like a nightmare that didn't ever end.
And when it does end, she may yet still be restless, still be unsure. So, when it does get handled, and it will, I believe in the pair of you that much, it will get handled. Y'all may need to take a visit to where she and so many others rest, and you need to make sure that she doesn't leave again. That may be done calmly, that may be done lovingly. You may have to fight her. I don't know. It can't be us. It'll have to be you. It'll have to be you and Nick.
Pender, I need an answer from you. One answer.
Sure.
Where did my mother's family come from?
Your mother's family.
This is not my father. This is not my father. My father had a different hand in this.
You are correct. Your father's family, long line of people who like to communicate with the gods. They were in-betweeners, priests and interpreters. Interpretation and communication was the way they worked, being able to communicate and interpret between clergies. That's how it started before it got bigger, before they let it get bigger, before they let the wanderlust become part of it. Your mother, volatile mix as she was, a long line of Velik's servants, slaves for the most part. Long history of it. Generations back, that part of your family broke away from it, tried to free themselves of it, but when it's generationally put in, that servitude implants itself in the blood.
I'm so tired. It felt like my body was dying from the inside. It was sitting inside, watching it all die.
It was dying,
Everything
and you did die. It was going to be a hell of a lot more violent, if not for the fact that I was there.
I know. My mother's mind broke like that.
That wasn't due to Amora.
I know it wasn't due to Amora.
That fundamentally, physically, seems to be Some placed conflict between your father's nature as a communicator and an in-betweener for the divine and your mother's, your family's history on your mother's side as bound servants to the dominators of this world. Former dominators, as it was.
They failed.
Yes, they did. Because eventually we came in and we pulled this ring back into the light. Right now, where your body sits, and unfortunately by extension where Nick's body sits, because you two are bound together. You are torn between the wings that want to fly up to godhood and the chains that bind you down to this world. Like a python to a tent.
It wouldn't matter if she wasn't pulling so hard.
She was an anxious wreck in the end. A lot of that still remains. When you die frantic, that sensation stays. So the healing, and eventually you two get the chance to do it. It's not going to be easy.
It hurt.
Yeah. Hurt like hell to see. Hurt like hell to feel by extension, because we do, a pair of us, overlap in some of our domains. When she was gone, I had to fill in for the role she could not fill. I had some aspects already that could make that a little bit easier, but it still wasn't mine.
I was able to smite someone, but I can't. Creating is very easy for me. But using her powers like Nick does, where it calms people, does not come easy.
And right now, while you two are in the process of building up, it being split between two people is a good thing. But it's still a mess, because you two are still bound. Y'all are a long way away from reaching actual proper apotheosis.
That's fine. I don't care about that. I'm scared that I would have left everyone behind to face everything I left.
Yeah, it wasn't you. It was her. She would have tried.
I don't know if she wanted to feel what it was like to give birth, or try to push, or what it was.
That was absolutely part of it. It's devastating and a horrible effect. She was also of a mind to not want help. To force it.
You don't force it. You wait for it to come. You take a deep breath and you wait for it to come.
A god with abandonment issues is a bad combination. And that's what she was. Not to oversimplify her in her nature. That is symptomatic of a lot of the problems that she created on accident.
She was an abandoned child. Like all of you.
And where most all of us found camaraderie and comfort in each other, therefore shedding that feeling. She couldn't find it in herself to do it.
You. She couldn't stay in one place for 2 to 3 minutes. That's how unstable her body is.
Was.
If it is unrested.
She no longer has a body to inhabit, hence why she keeps trying to take a ride in yours.
But what if the soul is still traveling?
Which again, it shouldn't be. Which means as you and Nick get more powerful and you approach that apex, y'all are going to have to visit where she rests, and you are going to have to settle her. Not to impose limits on you, dear mortal, as you are not in a state nor position to be doing it any earlier.
I can't. I'm scared of facing her. It's too much.
And she may fight
Right
you.
now.
She may get angry, spiteful, smiteful.
What do I
Wouldn't be
do?
wrong to say she's envious of what you are turning into, what you've been able to have that she couldn't. But that is also in part because you are mortal when she never was.
I lost so much to get here.
She also never really knew what loss was. She's how we found out, a lot of us. She never had an understanding of the weight of why those things are beautiful. Just that they were.
She did. And what you do? You were there with her.
Yes.
Every time she gave birth. Every single time.
Every horrible time.
There's so much anger for whoever did this to her. It just
You know his name.
festers. It festers.
Like rot. Naturally, like rot.
You don't even stay angry at people. You take out your rage on whatever you can that's evil, and you move on.
I stay angry. I, by being nature, must exhibit my wrath in a very different way.
Ugh.
In a lot of ways, we are trapped into what we have chosen to embody and must act accordingly. You've done a lot to heal a lovely burning dragon, for example. He does still embody war, nonetheless. And part of that is cold and apathetic. So part of him will always be that. Part of it is rageful and wrathful, evil and twisted. Part of him will always be that. Part of it is good, and developing and healing and freeing and liberating. Part of him will always be that.
But he does not understand what she went.
He is war. Wars are fought over love. Wars are never love in and of themselves. So part of him will never understand all of it. Part of him will.
He won't until he takes female form for like a whole lifetime or half a
He
life.
is one. She's a fugly bitch. My personal opinion. I'm the goddess of nature, okay? Right? Nature's beautiful. Famgaze here is a bit fugly.
Not if
She's
it
got
marries a
muscles in
Goliath.
places that no woman should have muscles.
Here's the question I have, Pendra. Well, if I go to this Velix temple, will I lose myself?
Not if you bring Nick with you. The blood bond that the Velix have on your family is weakened by the bond that you have with Nick. There's still the chance, but it is weakened by his presence alongside you. If you go, you have to go as a pair.
I'm taking my house.
That you can't do. You can bring it nearby. You cannot bring it there.
No, I mean I'm bringing it nearby, but I'm not gonna bring it there. It's too dangerous. What do you
Some
think?
spells and spell work and even curses even of mortal make, are beyond what gods can normally destroy and dispel. Everything has its conditions. There can still be ways they can be broken, and oftentimes by mortal hands.
Are they still alive?
The
Her
Veliks?
parents? Her parents?
Your grandparents on your mother's side? No. By nature of that servile bond, it is and has always been a short-lived line of folk.
Originally, they were a proud family. They traced their bloodline back further.
Trace it back far enough. Where did they get that wealth? Where did they get that power? Where did they get that influence?
They
Or
didn't get it from
wars?
the Veliks. They got it from war. But that's Underdark. They
And
weren't
what were some of
Veliks.
the earliest wars of the Underdark, sweetheart?
They lost to the Veliks. Do I have any cousins alive? Anything left?
Not from my side.
Nothing.
There's always a very thin line, always very few children. Fertility was thin on that side of your family. The fact that you came out of it as fertile as you have is quite the direct and cosmic contradiction. And in no small part my handiwork even before Piper spiked you with that potion.
It wasn't just you.
Of course not.
You've had a hand in it too.
Like I said, part of my hand.
Y'all were all in on it.
Not all of us.
Well, those who had a hand in it.
A good few. Throw
I
things
couldn't tell you.
back far enough for those native to this place, and even some of your close friends might be very distantly related to you. To each other, in a way.
I really am worried. She can't do what she did again.
No.
Not while I live.
No. So Hall to 6 will be there, manning in her grave, resetting her stone. She will probably get out again. We will do our best to hold her back until there's such a time where you can handle when she does.
You not just tell Ian, dear.
Oh, he knows. He watched the whole affair. And as he went and wanted to intervene, I made it my business before I let him make it his.
She'd stop if he asked.
That's why he'll be going there with Hall to 6.
She'd stop for at least 2 or 3 years. Give me a reprieve.
Reprieve?
Just
Y'all are
for a little.
adventurers. The word doesn't exist.
I'm talking about a reprieve from that body rendering.
Oh, well, yeah. Ashley, on the other hand, might be a different problem in terms of getting you that reprieve.
Which one?
Ashley.
What happened with him?
Not something I'm allowed to say. Right now, he's in a state where he's not able to think on his own volition, on his own action. Not able to use that conniving, cunning mind of his. But he'll
It's not
make
gonna stay
cracks,
with me.
and he'll break through them. Most recent chains you incurred upon him will stick for a time, but that will break down.
Scared.
Yeah.
I'm
One thing scared people can do to help themselves in the future is be prepared.
Andrew, can you do me a favor?
What kind?
Can you ask Gacier to be kind to my children?
That I can. War is often cruel to children. Warriors. Not all of them.
I want you to tell him what she went through. I want you to make him feel what I went through. Because he told me that no one ever told him anything. I want you to let him know. This time.
Understood. And by the way, whole balance in nature thing, just putting this out there. Please do your best not to make a point of contacting powers of the old world.
What do you mean of the old world?
I know the rider on the white horse when I feel him.
Explain.
She's referencing when you spoke to death.
Oh. Well, I can't help that.
Find a way to. Even if it means casting a spell on yourself.
Absolutely not.
All
I love you,
right.
Pendra, but the one thing about me, if I don't do that, you don't survive.
Do what you will. Honestly, that was more a suggestion for my own comfort.
I'm
Had
letting you
Gaia
know,
breathing down my neck.
Huh?
Had Gaia breathing down my neck.
Probably.
You know, the first Mother Nature. Before I took that title. Don't even want to get into a conversation Timo was supposed to have.
Time's not too bad.
Not with you. Cosmic forces tend to be polite around you.
That's because I think they're fascinating.
That's because you make a point not to be a thorn in anyone's side.
I do.
Be mindful that may yet prove to be to your detriment one day.
Andrew, I'm going to tell you something. With my family, it will never be a detriment. It will only be a fascination.
Suit yourself. Now, don't mind me, I have a hurricane to start over by the, Togolan Islands.
Can you also start the rains that you were supposed to start in Sommerall for the secondary part of the festival?
Well, yes.
Because if I remember correctly, you forgot to do the monsoon last year that you wanted to do.
Didn't forget. Got interrupted.
Oh, okay. Was it quite as interrupted?
No. It's a small collection of adventurers who've been making a point of stretching themselves past mortal limits, doing crazy things.
Well, I hear a pork sores and I love you. And she basically kisses Pendra's forehead.
She boops you on the nose, spawning a bunch of dandelions on your face as they immediately then puff into the small white threads, and she's gone.
Well, you know, Angel sneezes in reaction.
As, would Avery have been keyed into that conversation given his mental connections?
Stuff?
Probably not. Whenever He's been busy monitoring outside with the other changelings.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Keeping a close and keen eye among, of course, the new arrivals and the contingent of these slaves that, of course, are enslaved changelings, just kind of trying to gauge where everybody's mental headspace was at. You are gauging, a pretty stark range of people who are shocked, thankful to be free of their situation, and those that are settled into it and fully of the mental expectation that they're going to go to sleep, wake up, and realize they're still in shackles getting trudged through a fucking jungle. There's a very clear distinction between those that are very much kind of used to their unfortunate life of servitude and those that are very new to it.
Will we be able to just kind of all go to bed at this point, considering it's nighttime and all set to bed?
Reasonably, yeah. Those 5 hours pass without incident and without really any major kind of stir among people. Keeping on and in line
Vinestra
with...
said, V and Amira were going to do something before bed.
Absolutely.
I'm okay with me and Amira going.
In which case then, before we make the jump to morning, is there anything in those interim 5 hours before daybreak that Avery you would like to cover with the sort of present, essentially rescued slaves, changelings and non-changelings alike? Anyone you'd like to kind of look for and interact with? Anyone in particular that you'd be trying to kind of keep an eye and a gauge out for?
I mean, unless there's any reason for any of them to have caught my eye for some reason, I don't see why I would seek out anyone from these.
And it's a little late, Joe. It's a little late. You might go to bed.
Okay.
You said we have 5 hours before morning. That literally means it's 1 o'clock in the morning.
Well, not necessarily. It is closer to like 3. Like I said, it's when you guys arrived, it was an hour before Angel normally gets up to start taking care of the kids. Here in Kirin, sun doesn't come out at 6. It stays dark for a while.
I get that, but that means, like, I'm letting you know, Avery's a long sleeper. Because from what I've gathered from him, I was like, if we can sleep in another hour, let's sleep in another hour.
Yeah. Okay, fair. All right. In which case, then, we'll jump out of sort of your interaction with the morning and jump over to Amira and Vinestra.
I don't want to see what happens what day. I'm gonna get one more chicken nugget and then I'm gonna get to work.
One thing, it seems like, that Amira and Vinestra are going to be doing, of course, in the interim time, sort of taking that golden apple extract that Piper put together, and basically just kind of running through every single slave to see if there's any sort of major curse or ailment that basically need to be purged off of every sort of given servant, which, of course...
Well, there's also a Solai variant. We should probably use the Solai variant.
Using whatever respective variant appropriately for each respective race. A lot of subdermal enchantments, particularly on the changelings, are sort of immediately broken beneath the skin, and you sort of see these. They almost present themselves after those curses are broken, like sort of like an ink blot under the skin, like a really bad bruise that just kind of immediately summons up like a bunch of broken blood vessels. As it was, I mean, very much laid in a lot of ways like a tattoo. That is kind of what immediately presents itself for a great deal of them. And in the cases for a great many of them, a lot of them do seem to immediately break out into a sweat, vomit, sort of various reactions like that, as they are immediately purged of various states of smaller and larger sort of diseases. In some cases, with there being, especially during traversal, not really well cared for, beyond the minimum standard of sort of workability. And with that, as well as the revivifies done for the remainder of the 60 total servants that were killed. I mean, you see scars patch themselves together. You see a lot of more frantic, and in some cases, chemically induced manic servants kind of begin to really settle themselves into a more relaxed state. A lot of them finding a much easier time to sort of settle in and sleep.
I'm guessing it's going to be a late morning for everybody waking up. That includes the kids.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a late morning for those waking up, and it may be a horrifically extended or early morning for those that, especially in this case, that have kind of gone into care mode among many of the sort of snow elves and dwarves. Some just may not really be getting the benefit of sleep. Kind of dealing with this new influx of people that need to be cared for.
Technically, they would, considering they would have gotten 6 hours beforehand.
Some of them, yeah. Some of them, however, going into care mode while also being night owls, not so much. So it's like, I was about to sleep. There's people here. There's priorities. You know, it's that kind of thing.
So, who's going to wake up first?
Well, let's see if there was anything else aside from healing some people, if there was anything else specific that Mr. and Amira were going to get into. There was the note, of course, of distributing out that sort of golden apple extract. Anything else that you kind of wanted to cover?
Vinestra said, getting Vey and Amira's souls checked too.
Getting V and Amira's souls checked. Okay, yeah. Checking your souls. Okay, so because of the utilization of the soul cages, we'll count that as sort of like a vector point of kind of checking reflectively how that operates. Yeah, go ahead and give me. Let's say let's say a vibe check.
When the camera burning.
Vinestra said, 27.
27. Kind of looking into sort of the soulful makeup between you and Amira, it also kind of goes into cross-referencing a bit of the information you already know about Zaria. That apparently, you know, the Velix pulled in a lot of people into Zaria from other places across existence, effectively. Different spheres of existence, distant, and different frameworks around which people and peoples really came into existence and being, and yet for the most part, in terms of how a lot of soul magic and a lot of normal magic that you've produced has interacted, it's not really had abnormal reactions, even with sort of the random citizen or random bandit or anything generally of the general populace here, which you've considered might in part be just, you know, extended generations of interbreeding between these various sort of like wide cosmic scale kidnapping victims, essentially. But especially in analyzing sort of first generation indications, and kind of seeing how that sort of vibrated, aside from particularly different formulas of magic that they're able to draw upon, even the soul energy of one of Angel's more recent adoptees, in that Orsimer vampire seemed to vibrate and operate on the sort of same frequency as just about everybody else in this area. In a sort of Darwin-like adaptation of their environment, or maybe the environment is adapting the souls to itself. And you're realizing that sort of shift in frequency has also, in part, kind of occurred with both you and Amira. While your magics and while a lot of those core aspects do still operate in line with the world they are from, they seem to be, at least in terms of raw frequency and mutability, more in line with their environment here than they had been even in years closer to when you had arrived. And with that, of course, comes some maladies that, while you take in the golden apple concentrate, do get expelled in sort of a similar way to many others. Some slightly vomitous reactions and everything else, but from a purely magically scientific standpoint, that sort of adaptation that this ring is enforcing on everything around it, seemingly, is fascinating. From a personal standpoint, where it seems like the world is naturalizing you, kind of in and of itself, of its own reactive volition, is also mildly terrifying. That is absolutely what you get from a 27.
Vinestra said, so there's no damage or such to the two's souls, or missing pieces that they can see.
Not that you can see, though the makeup of your souls seems to be more in line with everybody present in Zaria than what you were used to where you were from. Through that sort of naturalization process that's been happening. It's been essentially a muted shift in makeup, in a sense, which notably as well also grants Amira, in some respects, a
Doors open.
more tangible nature than she previously had. While she's still mostly spirit and can still break down and reform in that respect, there are more tangible, interactable, and sort of, in that way, malleable aspects to her soul than you had known in the world you were from. Which may also be in part why she's been able to grow beyond her normal framework of power. Just like you have.
Vinestra said, noted. Thanks, Joe.
Absolutely.
You okay there? Come on. Want some water? Come on. Come on, Miss Bear. Want some water? Want some outside? Go outside?
Right.
Like, I'm napping. Okay, then go ahead and nap, baby.
The two will go rest after such.
Absolutely. And with that, as everybody settles in for some much needed, very exhausted rest.
So can we take our first 15-minute break?
Sure, we're close to the 2-hour mark as it is. As everybody settles in for some much needed rest, and sunlight begins to crest over the resident pair of Mochizuki Manor and of a green estate here in the frozen continent of Kirin. Well, island continent at best. Kind of like Australia, but much smaller. A little bit frozen Ireland, really. We're going to take our first 15.
So after taking care of watching over the slave, the former, I assume they've been liberated?
I mean, yeah. And at least magically stripped of any prevailing curses and diseases that they have.
So I won't say that I'm watching over the slaves. I'm watching over our visitors.
Yeah, that said, for some of them, one spell can't exactly get rid of years of trauma. So
Oh yeah, no, they're still, of course, fighting with that slave mentality.
Yeah.
But
especially some of the older ones, but
so anyway, after watching over them, I probably went up and tinkered for about half an hour, and then went to bed.
absolutely. Yeah.
Tinkering on things is kind of the equivalent of scrolling on my phone in real life.
Yeah, which is totally fair. And of course, now officially starts the first really real day of the Festival of Remembrance, a Volk-related holiday. Volkite, Volkian, depending on the region, it's referred to as either. But it is a holiday nonetheless devoted to Volk, the god of knowledge. As you wake up, the sort of bare twinges of early morning before sunlight can fully bathe through, you still kind of get another record of moonlight essentially having that almost platinum bathe over everything. Where especially now, in the kitchens, there's this aroma of food that very much immediately hits your nose with nostalgia. Nostalgic aromas, pies, cookies, those sort of early morning dishes that very much scream of a weekend spent at your grandparents' house. That sort of immediate kind of olfactory response. As you settle yourself into awakeness kind of next to Aiko, depending on what kind of business... I apologize. And I apologize about any stuttering that has happened in the session. My brain's been a little bit scrambled the last few days, but either way. You and Aiko, as
I go into awakeness.
Yeah. As you and Aiko sort of gently awake, is very sort of relaxed and very poised kind of next to you. As her eyes gently open. Notably this morning, you generally have this sort of itchy, almost kind of burning feeling, especially some mornings when you wake up with those sort of dry, cragged patches. It's notably absent this morning.
Hey, sweet, how are you feeling this morning?
She wakes up with this sort of a soft smile on her face. This is a relaxed, gentle, awakened feeling that neither of you get very often at all. Notably, and this has been just kind of reactive to some past events, some holidays seem to actively diminish some of that agitation from this disease. And especially really religiously focused ones, given that the gods are tangible things and their influence in bathing the world does tangibly have an effect, it might be a factor here. But in particular...
So is this a normal thing for every Volk day or whatever?
For the Volk days in particular, a lot of the Volkian things, given that he's the god of knowledge, your best theory at this point is that interacts somehow with some of the psionics, given that it's mental-based magic, where the sort of static almost, it seems to settle a little bit.
Okay, so it's not necessarily unusual.
Not the most unusual thing. That said, notably, especially given your recent efforts to try and further quell and heal the ailment, it seems to be more effective than it has been in previous years at the start of this festival. Notably waking up relaxed. It seems like, and especially kind of in past notes, even if you really didn't have much stock in holidays, just for sheer relief, the Volkian holidays might have sort of grown to be kind of a point of soft spot or perhaps even excitement or favorite during those times.
I, as a player, am a sucker for Volk anyway.
Yeah.
Happy Festival of Knowledge, babe.
Yep. Day of Remembrance, if we had parents with us to celebrate. Be a good day for that.
Yeah, I really need to go visit my parents. Apparently they're in the Rusted Peaks, or allegedly.
Well, from what I hear, and this is just kind of a boomer, you know, sending out a carrier pigeon or message to parents on this day supposedly get to people faster. But that might just be superstitious bullshit. I don't know.
I mean, who the hell knows? Maybe I'll just try it.
Yeah.
We are talking about divine magic, so anything's possible.
Right. Well, almost anything, I think. I don't know. It depends on... I'm overthinking things. I'm barely awake. I need coffee.
I mean, it makes sense. Distilling the knowledge of where to go into the pigeon.
Yeah. Although, since it's an animal thing, you'd think that would also be true of Pendra stuff. I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe.
well, let's go see what that delightful sweet smell is.
Yeah, it smells like cinnamon rolls and Danishes and a bunch of other stuff that I can't put a finger on.
Why are they called Danishes, anyway?
Some pre-collapse thing, I think. I don't know.
Oh, I'll have to ask Griffin sometime.
It's a historical pastry, I guess.
I go ahead and get dressed, and I'll give her a little kiss on the cheek before I do that.
Yeah, she deflects the kiss on the cheek and instead just redirects her face so that it lands on her lips. Because she's cheeky like that.
Mm-hmm. Sneaky, sneaky.
Well, of course.
Breaking your neck?
Oh, yeah. It's one of the few days where it doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
Maybe that's part of the secret. We gotta cure ourselves on a specific holiday. Wouldn't that be a bitch?
Maybe. Yeah.
Was it a holiday when things happened? I don't think it was, so maybe that's just...
I don't think so.
No.
I mean, we could technically call it an anniversary if we wanted.
Yeah, it's a shitty anniversary.
Yeah, no. If this is a day of remembrance, and this is the day of, then that's the day of forgetfulness.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to celebrate the first time I got the flu every year.
Nah. Come on, let's go eat the sweets and cinnamon rolls.
And everything else, yeah. Although, if you wanted to delay your morning, you could eat something else for a minute.
Okay.
No fighting me or nothing. Wow. Fade to black. Yeah, she's absolutely taking advantage of the fact that right now, at least, there's not as much discomfort going on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. It's all good.
So smash cut to like 20 minutes later. As you all make your way sort of back down into the proper dining room. Hair a little bit more a mess and kind of trying to straighten it out as you go.
Just kind of like combing it as I go.
Yeah. And she, rather than trying to screw with it too much, just kind of pulls her hair into just a basic bun, trying to avoid too much mess. And settles herself on into the dining room. With that, anybody else among the party there to greet and conversations there present to start? Would Venestra and Amira have made a point to sort of get that early morning in? And would Angel and Angel and Violet have made that point as well?
Violet is
Venestra
sleeping
said,
in.
yes, they would be there.
Okay.
Angel is also sleeping in.
Angel and Violet sleeping in totally makes sense, actually, given what both of them are doing. So, that said, for intelligence sort of focused based skill sets like engineering, like artificers, like wizards, they obviously put a lot of stock into holidays like this, like the Festival of Knowledge as well. That said, notably, with the Festival of Knowledge especially being sort of a celebration of sort of brain just turned right off. A celebration of not even necessarily parentage, but sort of grandparents and sort of that generation prior, that sort of really heavy emphasis on nostalgia, old and kind of soft memories, and the basically the value of wisdom that kind of comes with it. Notably, most of the older halflings, most of the more sort of grandmotherly and grandfatherly cooks that usually are absolutely taking leadership roles in the kitchens in Mochizuki Keep, they are actually present out in the dining room getting tended to actually by some of their kin, which of course some of the dishes that come out do reflect that, and they have that sort of edge of nostalgia that seems very grandmotherly but does still have that twinge of difference in the flavor that says very much I have my grandmother's recipe and I'm doing it, rather than it's my grandmother herself cooking it. And so it's that kind of sort of respecting that sort of old record and old creation. And so very much, I mean, it's like settling yourself out, I mean, among the many other patrons that are here of, various ages. It is, in some parts of the rather massive sort of tavern dining room, a little bit of like a morning bingo meeting in some respects, just with the amount of definitely wizened folk that have gathered themselves here. And you do especially get really a significant sense of scale for just how many halflings actually manage to sort of pile themselves into that kitchen. Particularly of sort of older ilk, as it seems like almost to the front quarter of the dining room, sort of out in the major share of it is almost completely overtaken by elderly halflings and sort of elderly cooks. Which, of course, there are ways to still sort of see out to it in the sort of main kitchen dining area where mostly you guys tend to settle yourselves into. There are ways of seeing it just for security reasons to see if anybody decides to stir up some shit. But it is kind of really fascinating to see the scale to which that population has kind of blown up in that room. Not to mention, just as well, even sitting in sort of the Mochizuki Keep feels different as well. The house itself feels less tangibly active. There's always been a sensation where like the wood supports and the bricks themselves seem to almost like shift like the insides of a breathing beast. That seems settled almost. Stagnant, if not in some ways sleeping, as you do notice passing through the halls, sort of arm in arm with this sort of lime-toned, sort of elven, half-orcish figure in sort of these darkened monastic robes. Arm in arm is this silver-haired, sort of readily scaled, almost high elven woman that seems to have this almost, even for elven standards, like aged silver fox kind of physique and appearance to her, with these very clear, silver gleaming draconic eyes piercing through her visage. As she walks arm in arm with him, you recognize the orcish figure pretty plainly. That's Mosen, that's Angel's ancestral grandfather, who seems to have some sort of, even though no longer having a tangible physical living body, he's spiritually bound to this place and can physically manifest to the extent that he makes a lot of the pastries in his own area. And he's walking arm in arm with this other figure, as they just sort of gently walk by and walk through the halls. And of course, there you sit before Venestra, before Mira, arm in arm yourself with Aiko, kind of settling yourself in, ready to eat and ready to embrace some maybe less than healthy for the body foods, and definitely far more healthy for the soul morsels and items.
We don't care how much sugar we eat. We adventure enough to burn it all.
Oh, absolutely.
Though I might get fat if I ever start up a bakery. But a fat baker's nothing unusual.
No, you wouldn't trust a skinny baker.
Mm-mm.
I'm ready when you are, Joe.
Well, given that overall description that I've just granted, would Angel or Violet also be, at this point, kind of late, a little bit later in the morning, also be making their way down into the sort of kitchen dining area?
There's a second dining area. The thing is that like Angel had a secondary dining area built above, just in case she wanted to have mom and dad time or a separate time away from everyone.
Okay.
So right now it's literally right next to her office. There's like just a space where she's spending time with the kids and just enjoying mommy time for a little while.
Gotcha. A little bit more of a private engagement.
And letting you know, most of the family, if she's like that, will probably be upstairs.
Yeah. So notably, especially in the sort of kitchen table, down where you've settled yourself in, a lot more absent present of Angel's children than normal, leaving a lot of the table, in a large part, very void, given how large it is to account for that population. But given how exhausted Angel seemed, especially sort of far earlier in the morning when she arrived back and teleported in, it makes sense that she may have placed herself elsewhere. Does Violet gather kind of among the definitely far more sparse table among the other members of the party?
Violet's going to start there and then move upstairs, considering Angel's not feeling well, and that's kind of, she smells. I think Violet would smell foreign on Angel, something that happened, but not knowing what it is. And being the big dragon that she is, and that's her family that she's kind of like cloistered to, probably going to head where they're at.
Gotcha. Okay.
Probably going to head in there and see Avery and go, morning.
That might also be then a motive for the party at large to gather in a different location as well.
How you doing?
I'm good. A little sleepy. Well, not so much anymore.
Found out that half of my family is bred with evil vampires, which was interesting.
Fascinating note as well, actually, for Violet, given the Amethyst Dragon thing going on and the sort of brain activity there. First day of the Festival of Knowledge. Notably, you were able to recall a lot of like older, earlier memories. Memories
of the dragon itself.
Memories, not necessarily of the dragon itself, but of your own life with a striking level of clarity that you're not used to. Like early memories of like early childhood that usually kind of get rose tinted and lose a lot of egg details.
You got an itch there, baby girl. You got an itch, you got a scratch. You want me to scratch it for you? Sorry, she's literally going. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. So, Angel looks over it. Not Angel, Violet looks over at them. I'm probably gonna head up to see Angel after this, considering they're having a second breakfast upstairs. Which usually means that Angel's not feeling well, so usually that's when the family kind of goes upstairs, and we have there's a table upstairs specifically just for the children and everyone else.
Okay. Yeah, so like a little family breakfast for herself.
She's not in a good mood. I don't know what's wrong.
Yeah.
I wasn't attached to your link yesterday, so what happened when she came in? Because I was busy dealing with my family, which literally was vampires, apparently.
I know that when I saw her yesterday, she was looking down and she went to her quarters. But I didn't keep tabs too close on her since then, because she tasked me with watching over our visitors.
Well, I don't think they're going to necessarily be visitors for very long. I think she's probably going to set herself up.
Vinistra said, Vi would look up from her plate of food. Both Amira and Vi look well, rested. Amora took her body over. She also died.
I'm letting you know when you say that, it's like the food drops out of Violet's mouth and she's gone.
By the way, as a note, mechanically speaking, given a lot of recent cosmic events, a note for this holiday. Bring. Who has characters that have an intelligence of 18 or higher at the moment? Okay. For the duration of the Festival of Knowledge, you may count that as 4 attribute points higher. So if it is 18, it will be counted as 22, and so on.
So if it's a 26, is it a 30?
Yes.
Intelligence?
Yes. For those with an intelligence of below 18, you may boost it by 2 points.
Oh my god, Violet.
Temporarily again for the duration of the 4 days.
23 intelligence do for a modifier.
23 gets you a +6 bonus. Not quite enough for a +7, but still. Basically, it's just whatever the total is divided by 4. Yeah.
So she goes in and she literally goes over and finds Angel. In the next minute, at the minute you said Amora took over her body, Violet drops her food. And this is the first time I'm letting you know Halcyon has ever seen her drop her food.
Yeah, and I will actually say Aiko, given that she is briefly without anywhere near as much pain, with that roll, she's able to, Tobey Maguire, all of Spider-Man 1, catch all of her food on the plate that gets dropped.
That's nice one, babe.
Yeah, she's pregnant. I'm not going to let her go without eating. You want to follow?
Sure. Could be interesting.
Yeah, bolting right after Violet.
Yeah.
You see a rapid shift as she goes up the stairs from being that small, tiny elf to literally shifting into the big dog. Planning on just wrapping around Angel and the safety that she's in before.
Halcyon bolts right after you as well. Of course, naturally.
Violet literally bumps her head into Angel's chest gently. Looking like a sheepish dog who's in trouble or like just a concerned dog. Violet, you don't have to shift. It's okay. Fine. It's really early. Or late. Nicodemus, is it late or early?
It's...
Feels like I have a bad hangover right now.
It's the later end of early. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
So like maybe 10-ish.
Why didn't you
Give or
get the
take.
bad hangover feeling?
I did. I'm just not... I don't want to say it like that. You mentally heard I'm just not whining about it. Like he's trying not to be mean, but his thoughts betray him.
I'm letting you know she literally takes one of the stuffed animals that she has nearby that the kids have like halfway offered her and almost throws it, but then like thinks about it again because the kids are right next to her.
He's also very much still trying to present himself as like the stern, put together dad, and it's like, but no, you can even tell mentally he feels about as shitty as you do.
Leave it alone, my bear. We don't eat things in here, bear. I'm gonna take you in the other room, bear, if you keep eating things off the floor. There's nothing in here to eat. I have cleaned the floor. Well, then quit eating things you don't know that they are. Such a weirdo. She literally looks over at Violet and puts her hand on her forehead. You need to shift back. You need to stop shifting. And Violet slowly calms down and just hugs Angel as, like, you have to understand, it's 5'2" compared to 2'6". It's just literally her just holding Angel to, like, her chest.
And let me just really quick look through our DMs for the notes of Day of Remembrance for the other shit that it, I mean, at least just as a holiday means.
Day of Remembrance was supposed to be kind of like the honoring of your ancestors thing.
Yeah, it's the ancestral honor thing, grandparents, all that stuff. Fantastic. Let me just get the specific notes here.
Along it, it's also supposed to be like the Mexican Day of the Dead kind of thing.
Oh,
but that's a
yeah.
Hall-to-Six
Well,
festival.
that's more the Hall to Six angle. All right, let's
But
see
that's
here.
what it transitions into, if I remember correctly. That's why they're right next to each other. There's the Week of Remembrance, and then there's like 2 days where you can kind of like talk to your ancestors for like 2 days.
Yeah. Oh, Day of Remembrance. One thing that it does provide is when communing with the dead, particularly if they're ancestors, it's a lot easier to do. And usually, when it comes to also some necromantic spells that usually involve allowing you an amount of questions, according to rumor, you get more than normally you would be able to. At least. So.
I really want to see my mom and my dad, but I'm scared if we travel. She looks over at Nicodemus, and I want to see your mom and dad, but I'm scared if we travel. Or your mom and your mom, as it were.
Yeah.
And if we go see your hag mom, that's going to be a different thing. She hasn't ever traveled this far before.
Speaking of which, I heard a rumor that on days like this, if you try to send messages to your parents, your grandparents, stuff like that on this holiday, it goes faster. I don't know. I've heard that's a superstition.
You're probably going to show up anyways.
Yeah.
We can probably expect them probably midday, considering what happened yesterday. Considering that Vistris is not going to keep her mouth shut. Ugh. Considering both of her children almost died, she's probably going to have a heyday.
Yeah.
She looks over at Nicodemus. We should expect mom and dad, and the cousins at least. Or at least mom and dad, my grandma and grandpa, and both great-grandparents.
Yeah, most
One
likely.
day. Or for maybe the week. They're so stressed out. We're probably going to leave the aunts and uncles and cousins in control of the house.
Probably. Which also, Angel, this is where you would also notice the less lively and active state of the keep at the moment. Which this usually only happens when she's taken on an avatar and has chosen to walk around.
I'm so scared. She looks over as does Aiko come running up the stairs after Violet? And Halcyon.
Yeah, this is where pretty much the rest of the party would be able to meet up here. And Aiko, I mean, as flooded as it is with kids, she's not used to running as much, considering she's, been bedbound for a lot. She's still trying to build up those muscles. She is immediately looking for any extra settings at the table.
Oh, there's plenty of settings at the table. But the table actually is supposed to resize itself. It's almost technically a live mimic, if we're going to be honest.
Yeah, very Beauty and the Beast of it. Minus the room full of destroyed furniture, which we don't need to think about.
Aiko, don't you look pregnant?
I don't. I'm a changeling.
Oh, wow. I can just see that thing floating really, really strong. Never mind.
Yeah.
That's my issue. That's a me issue, sorry.
Yeah, maybe I should take a turn and impregnate Avery. We're changelings, I can do it.
You should do it. It would be amazing watching him complain all day.
Of course, in a pinch, maybe I could get him drunk enough and dare him to just impregnate himself.
But he already did that.
Has sailed.
But it could sail again.
2 kids is more than enough.
Are you kidding? The changeling population is like a dwindling, what? 100,000 maybe?
Enough for me.
I am avoiding going downstairs right now, and I probably should.
Yeah, I'm just messing
No.
with you anyway. Aiko reaches over and pinches your ass.
I'm letting you know Violet takes her plate from Aiko. Thank you for bringing my food.
Uh-huh.
As she goes back to eating the entire plate. Like the voracious small dog. I'm letting you know that in front of people she has a lot of manners, but behind closed doors, it is an all holds barred. It is a dog eating the entire plate.
Oh, absolutely. Which Aiko, continuing to be a bit of a cheeky shit, has taken your plate, Avery, and is actively just trying to feed you with the fork that you left on the plate.
She doing the airplane thing?
A little bit. Look at that, he's just giving into it.
Don't all men just Angel tries to feed Nicodemus and sees if he eats it from her fork.
He bites down so hard on the fork that he rips it from Angel's grip with his teeth.
Oh man!
That's what I thought.
Give me back my fork.
Nah, it's my fork now. Here, you can have this one. And he hands you the fork that was on his plate, covered in sauce.
You had egg sauce, and I'm pregnant again.
Somebody at the table, one of the kids probably, just cast prestidigitation on the fork.
Thank you, sweet ones. So we have the day off. Who wants to talk to their ancestors today? She looks over the kids.
The amount of kids that raise their hands full well knowing that their ancestors are just, we want to talk to the god people,
Grandpa.
which doesn't even require this circumstance.
I'm going to talk to the god people. All right. Who wants to talk to Volk today?
A lot of even the non-Volk kids raise their hands. It's a Volkian holiday, so it makes sense.
All right.
It's like asking who wants to speak to Santa Claus.
We will talk to Volk
If Santa Claus was a massive nerd.
We will talk to Volk this evening, as a group. How about that?
A lot of remembered nods, hushed yeses, because Japanese level children table manners.
We're going to, as a group, calmly get up and go get our clothes on for the day. And Grandma and Grandpa should be here by noon, considering Mommy technically died yesterday. And I'm letting you know there's probably shocked gasps from all of the little small babies.
The ones that are
Mommy
young
said
enough,
she died
you
yesterday.
actually note that some of your older kids, feeling the words about to come out of your mouth, have just clamped their hands around their heads, like just sealing off their ears from any sort of incoming sound. And they glare at you. Like, Mom, a little young for them to hear that.
Do not look at me like that. The adoptees need to know what they're dealing with. As soon as they hit about
The adoptees that can know do. The ones that are a little too young to understand or need to deal with the trauma that, oh, wow, their new mommy just died. Not letting them hear that.
I need someone to take care of the new siblings because they are more voracious than the others. And
Right.
they are painful.
Right.
So if anyone wants to try to bottle feed them with the metal bottles, y'all are welcome to try. But this morning, I would prefer to not get bit again.
Mm.
This is the 10th time we got bit this morning. I am absolutely not trying again.
Your daughter Mariana approaches you, currently wearing the physique of a young adult, early 20s.
Hey, sweet love. You okay? You look so beautiful.
She's looking at you with simultaneously a look of concern when she's looking at you, and at the same point, almost looking past you in a way, with a look of stern annoyance.
I don't feel very good. Can we talk to your papa this evening with the kids? That's okay. They're all excited to know who Volk is. I want them to have their choice of God.
For Mariana, Volk isn't papa, but...
No, that's Hall 6.
Yeah.
It's Hall 6, Mariana. Gabriella, what is Gabriella would be older as well, considering the holiday.
Gabriella right now is giddy and full on looking like a kid on a summer job at a library.
Are you having a good day?
Oh my god, yes.
She looks at all the other dragons, like, she has 2 younger siblings who are probably in full form at this point.
Yeah, pretty much.
Are y'all in a good mood today?
Given that all of them look like they just drank coffee even if they don't have coffee around, yeah.
You know that you are going to be like this for a week, right? This is a week-long festival.
Actually, like 4 days, but yeah.
Good. Can you do me a big favor and keep the little ones busy with bunches of knowledge about Volk today? Let's all have a lesson about Volk today.
Yeah. It's also kind of a 4-day-long teacher's holiday as it is.
I get that. But I know that you're going to want to talk about your papa all day.
Mm-hmm.
She looks over at Mariana. Are you okay, sweetheart? My sweet love? She runs her hand over her face.
She gently takes that hand and moves it from her face, puts it over her heart, which, being a child of Haldesix, normally just doesn't beat. There is the fast, rapid heartbeat of panic and anxiety that you feel out of her chest. Doing fine, Mom.
Tell me what's going on, little one.
Nothing you don't already know. And I'm going to have a conversation later with my not-mom. Pulling someone by their hair up in a golden garden and yelling down their soul.
I think you should take it up with Yandir and Timur, considering they can get her under control more than you
Pretty
can.
sure they're on it, but, you know, nothing quite hits a parent quite like their child being disappointed in them. Not you, Mom, you're fine.
Okay. Mommy's tired.
I know.
I just want to hug you.
Not like this, you know. Too much loaded emotion and you will feel all of it.
Can I play with your hair when you get back?
You can braid it. 'Cause I'll be younger when I get back.
Good. I love you.
I love you more.
You knock him out, sweetie. Both hands. Both hands high. There you go. Hey, what are you eating? Who are you talking to? This keeps looking
This
over at
conversation
Oliver.
is canon as Angel is addressing one of her children who are just not...
Do you want to get Teddy over there with you? Go on, Teddy. Go where Dad is. Hold on, I'm gonna go get her to kiss Dad. Okay?
All good. As Mariana leaves in a flash of sort of pale light that sort of draws in the remaining light in the room, you for a moment, Angel, feel a familiar cold that mentally you had blocked out from what had just happened with Amora. And fascinatingly, the sort of mental feedback from Mariana as well seems to be just this on rapid repeats, like watching a TikTok or a YouTube short and just kind of forgetting about it and putting it at double speed. The events of that night, with what had happened with Angel basically being used as a corpse puppet for a dead god for a minute. That is just on agonizing repeat in Mariana's mind as she disappears.
So, I should go down and address people. She looks over at one of her adult children. Can you help me dress, please? And we'll wake at the moment.
Yeah, no, we can do that, Mom.
I don't feel bad at all. Mommy wanted some reprieve.
Vinestra said, so what is going on? Another festival?
This is called the Festival of Bulk. It's supposed to be a way
Festival of Festival of Knowledge. It is a 4-day-long religious holiday.
Yeah.
For Volk, the dragon god of knowledge.
If you've lived here for 5 years, you would know it's a holiday where you can talk to your ancestors.
The first day of it, yes. Basically, each day represents sort of a different sort of generational stage in the celebration of knowledge that comes with. Which just as well, normally it has also benefits, in usually a smaller sense for those that benefit from strength in knowledge and that kind of thing. In particular, because of a lot of recent cosmic events for this 4-day stretch. For anybody that has intelligence in excess of 18 or higher, that your intelligence stat goes up by 4 points. For those that have an intelligence stat of 17 or lower, your intelligence goes up by 2 points for those 4 days.
He looks over at Avery and over at Vinestra. If Vinestra followed upstairs, I need to go downstairs. And I need to greet everybody as her kids get her dressed. She actually pulls out the secondary orb that's a celestial that's a chair to sit on.
I'm sorry, in one of my manic weird states, did I give you a kid that was literally just a fucking chair?
You gave me an orb that was a pet that I could sit on that was a celestial. It's in the Tome of Beasts book.
Oh, shit. Okay, right. The little orb celestial thing that was like a buffed up giant Navi.
Provides many a dirty joke.
That basically was, quote, used as a mount for like a lot of smaller... Am I remembering that right?
Yes.
That fucking thing? Okay. That makes more sense. I was confused. I was just thinking like literally a wooden like kitchen chair.
For Angel, it's like a giant
with
Navi.
with fucking angel wings, just like...
I just think of her sitting in like I think of her being Yoda in the Yoda chair, or the Yoda thing floats.
A little bit, actually. Yeah.
That's literally what it is. That's literally what it is. It's a giant Yoda chair.
Oh god, this stupid fucking cartoon visual that entered my brain for a second.
Alive?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's alive. It's usually something that rocks the babies to sleep.
Usually, yeah. As far as general like mental and emotional presence, this thing does have a very animal intelligence in a lot of respects. Though it is able to exercise more complex decision making when the situation requires.
Okay, I'm going to take a mini bio break. Hold on, guys. I'm going to mute myself and turn my camera off.
But yeah, being here for 5 years, Vinestra, you would know what the Festival of Knowledge is. It happens every year, for again about a stretch of 4 days from the 13th to the 16th of the month of Atticast. It is a celebration of Volk, the dragon god of knowledge, and of course, for this particular festival, it is absolutely a celebration of generational knowledge and how that operates. Starting with, of course, the Day of Remembrance, in sort of remembrance of previous generations and the wisdom and knowledge that they hold, on to the Day of Calling, which is more so your immediate parents, the immediate set of knowledge that passes down and is meant to sort of build you up. Day of Erudition, which is the celebration of self, the celebration of knowledge that you've gathered and your ability to sort of spread that out to others. And then finally, After that, the Day of Edification, which is about especially spreading and kind of moving knowledge down and sort of progressing knowledge to the future generation. These are meant to be for peoples that are younger than yourself, and also not only what you can teach them, but these sort of new things that are sort of out of your field of immediate knowledge that they could even teach you. It's that celebration of the newest knowledge with the very last day and the Day of Edification. And given that this is a world where some generations can live a long fucking time, it is really heavily celebrated by groups like elves. But it's had the most direct symbolism for humans in particular. And other...
Vinistra said, fun festival.
Yeah. And so with that, of course, it has a lot of celebratory aspects, especially in city settings. There's thematic things that'll go on to kind of really emphasize those generational things. And of course, people that want to make money off of it in particular. Like there's a lot of like toy and kids book sales, for example, in some cities with like the Day of Edification, stuff like that. You know, there's always going to be people that try and take advantage of a holiday for money. But otherwise, symbolically, that's kind of what it really heavily represents. Which, of course, even though notably it is celebratory of Volk with the Platinum Dragon God of Knowledge, there's a lot of Steel Dragon symbolism also that tends to be rotated around, particularly for this holiday, because Steel Dragons, their whole thing is about gathering and then eventually dispensing knowledge that they gather over an extended period of time. And I was wondering why my brain was getting scattered. It's getting hot in here. I'm going to turn on the AC again. Turned it off because it was getting too cold. By the way, the dehumidifier setting on that thing is no joke. It'll fill up a gallon jug in like an hour. It's nuts. All right, so, of course, with that festival in mind, and of course the intelligence stat boost that comes with it, Megan will rejoin when she's able, I'm sure. She had to step away, and I think her phone might have died. That's very possible. With the intelligence boost, that does come prepackaged. Welcome back. That does come prepackaged with it. Anything in particular or particularly notable that you guys would like to discuss, bring up, especially with this sudden jolted increase in your mental capabilities?
Nothing comes to mind. We have to go to the Rusted Peaks, and we don't really know what to do from there on. I don't think there is any way to know what to do from there on until we're there. Maybe we could use this time for prep work, but aside from that, I don't know.
Vinestra said, V would want to know why Amora was alive, and we did do research already for Rusted Peaks, I believe. Was there any items that would be useful to get before going there?
I mean, other than it being, you know, a relatively cold environment due to the altitude, it is coming up on summer, so that may not be as much of a concern. Also, given that it is in large part sort of a dwarven settled area, lighting navigability in that respect would generally be probably a good idea. It is, for the most part, you know, a mining town that turned to a mining city, and it's got that kind of breadth to it. It may be a situation where, especially if it comes to the need for like specialized materials, they may be something that you can acquire there. and may be able to acquire them a lot more easily than somewhere like out here in Kidding. Oh.
Vinestra said, interesting, so we could get adamantite there.
Adamantine, while definitely a much rarer export for something like the Rusted Peaks, as it's definitely a far more well-known for something like, iron in particular for its export, adamantine may be something that you may be able to procure there, certainly.
Cos Vida's gotta craft some god chains.
Yeah.
Hey, water.
Yeah, I would say actually, given the research that you did, adamantine in particular, with the rarity and sort of magical nature of that ore, while it's definitely, you know, a little more possible to get it out of a dwarven settlement than it would be in other places, for the most part, that's actually reasonably, you'd have the easiest time trying to get that in some usually Duragar settlements in the Underdark, given just how deep that ore tends to occur. But still, I mean, in a dwarven settlement like the Rusted Peaks, you'd be at least more likely to find some there than you would, you know, somewhere like in Kidding. Ooh, gotta crack that
Vinestra
elbow.
said, aye aye.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I drink some more water.
Yes, hydrate. Hydration's good.
Double flush? It's only polite double flush when you take a moment to go to the bathroom. All right.
Oh shit, hold on, I missed a text. Okay, that's neutral information is better than bad information. That's okay.
Oh, crud. Hold on, guys. I gotta get peppers for the babies. Gonna be a little loud.
You know what? We'll call this a brief BRB because it's not something I'm going to talk about on stream, but I need to get it out of my head.
blanket.
Trying to sit up that bed back there.
Ending that brief BRB just gave a small news update, so to speak.
Oh, I heard it.
Yep. All right.
Yeah.
Now, where were we at? Because that was at least enough of a small jolt of distraction on my brain that I lost track of the train, so to speak.
I don't put it downstairs. Basically, I think if they want to follow her, they have to go and ask them what they want to do. As far as slaves, they would be segregated to one spot.
Not like separated on purpose, more like separated so they could get names down and all that kind of jazz.
Right.
Give them some paperwork and...
Going to go catalog the slaves, by the way. Oh, also one of the things that was procured actually was the ledger, so you'd be able to get, at the very least, nicknames that were supplied to these people.
Alright. Moving on. There you go.
They've been very good today. Thank you
Very
for
good.
being good, my kid.
Been a bit of a disjointed session, but we've all had a stressful week. It is what it is.
So, Angel's gonna go downstairs. She's like, if y'all want to follow me, y'all are welcome to. I'm just gonna go downstairs before my family gets here. And she's literally floating on this Navi, the size thing, like this giant Navi size thing that looks like a Yoda chair.
This. Hey, listen.
Hey, listen. Never did give me a name.
It never did, no.
She looks over at the chair. What's your name?
It does not respond.
Do you have a name?
It does not respond.
Do you have a name?
It does not respond.
This is disappointing. I'm just getting more and more disappointed in the moment.
Gives a small trill and flutter of its disproportionate wings to its body.
If I give you a plat, will you tell me your name? She looks over at the Celestia.
It does not respond.
Oh my god.
Vinistra said, "So, Angel."
Hmm. So?
What happened yesterday?
I lost control of my body, and a very angry dead god basically decided they were going to sit in it for a while. She's more frustrated by the fact that her brothers don't know why she died. She snuggles in with. She's literally got one of like a fake Nicodemus plushie in like her arms right now. Ah, it's gonna be fun. Today's gonna be
And
okay.
Nicodemus has a U in his arms because you're the size of a plushie compared to him.
Hey.
Hey.
As we get down, she looks over at Vanessa. It was really bad. I didn't have any control over what happened. Oh.
Vinistra said, "I need a hug."
Yeah, I need a hug. She kind of tore my body apart, like literally.
A graphic description
V is
that in
going
part
to
I'm
pick up the
disappointed I
tiny
didn't stream.
gnome.
Easy enough to do. With a little DBZ style sound effect as you procure the small angel object.
I have a question. Am I like the little tiny guys? They're like, what is it? King, what is his name? Their name's Emperor, like, King Emperor, like the ones that lead the entire universe. Hold on. What are they called?
The Omni Kings.
Yes!
Xeno.
Am I Xeno right now?
I mean...
You're fun. You're also fun. We
Maybe
should
more
spend
poor.
time together. No, I refuse to be poor. Poor has no sense. Refuse to be poor. I'm also not going to defend the man who can't do anything.
Fine, you're Pilaf.
I don't want to be Emperor Pilaf either. Actually, the most apt thing would be Xeno.
Yeah. Minus the phenomenal cosmic power in the hands of a child.
What about Chiatsu?
I am not Chiatsu.
Well, I mean,
stronger than Chiatsu.
first thing you do when confronted with a massive enemy is essentially jump in and pull yourself up. I don't know.
I did not blow myself up every single time.
You explode as your first attack.
Hey, that is not how it always works. Notice Amora had far more fighting power than Angel did. God, that was scary.
I'm gonna give you guys kind of the floor to talk to each other and figure out what you want to plan at this point, if you'd like to do that.
Angel's just going down the stairs so she can talk to people, Joe.
Yeah,
She's
absolutely.
just floating down the stairs. We make it to the bottom of the stairs, and she looks over at Vanessa's like, this is gonna be the longest day ever. Oh, I get to introduce you to my family, Vanessa. I don't know how my family is going to react here, though. Half of them are going to be super pervy and weird. All of my family is weird, though.
This is talking about the specific extension of her family that did not come out of her.
And one that birthed me.
Yeah, the ones she came out of.
Yeah.
The parts where the Russian nesting doll did not suddenly explode and multiply.
We don't know what happened to the Russian doll. She looks over at Avery. She's like, I think they met you, Avery. I think you met my dad. At least my grandpa.
Sorry, I'm bad with names and faces.
Says the man who's literally a changeling. And Angel just puts her hand right here in the middle of her iris.
Which means, of course, he's bad with names and faces. He wears a different one every time he can.
Vinestra said, that's so. Very well, let's deal with today and later. We should discuss beginning to move to the Rusted Peaks too.
Which, if I recall, that was scheduled actually for the end of the festival to actually move yourself and the dwarves to the end of that. So you got about 3 days left. Not including today,
that
of course.
means we get to actually talk to our ancestors and shit. Do things. Violet's like, I don't know if I want. Violet goes, I don't know if I want to talk to my ancestors. They seem a little bit weird.
Let's not even touch on mine, very quickly says Halcyon.
That's a you problem.
Certainly is.
As Violet follows everybody downstairs like the guard dog that she is, already finished the plate but has another plate somehow in her hands that has found its way into her hands at this point because she's got the pregnant munchies.
Oh, absolutely.
So when they make it to the bottom of the stairs, did they get bombarded by people? Or is it more of like a slow draw?
Given last night's circumstance, which a large part of this contingent and delegation participated in helping with, bombardment is certainly not what occurs. It is definitely more so a gentle birth you are given effectively to go to where on this floor you need to go, and then they will systematically address you as needed. Yeah.
There's a mini throne thing that we kind of made with. I don't know what it was made out of. I know Lillian made it. I just don't remember what she made it out of.
Vinestra said, is it porcelain?
I don't know. She looks over at Lillian. What did you make this thing out of?
Dan didn't think that for. I'm going to roll on a list of materials. Fuck. Hold on.
It would be Underdark adjacent, Joe.
Yes, it would.
Whoa. Letting you know the changeling brood is literally following mommy down the stairs in their brand new dresses.
Underdark ecology.
Okay. Tea.
Okay, given especially a deep gnome kind of driven society that you're centered on, tinkering especially would have been a very big thing. So, yeah, this is absolutely sort of a conjunction of brain just. This is a conjunction of a lot of sort of deep rock metals. In particular, this throne is largely it is darkstone, magma rock, a lot of fungal deposits used essentially for the cushioning, interwoven as the cushioning material, kind of like memory foam. And it is largely, what's the word I'm looking for? When you
Gear-like?
no, when you sorry, engraved and sort of entraced is not a word. Engraved and framed up in actually a lot of platinum.
She looks over at these people. I have a question. Which one of them approaches her first? Considering they're people who have been oppressed, she's not going to approach them first.
Among these sort of enslaved fellows, as far as ones that would approach you first, this is absolutely going to be one of the younger ones that isn't kind of stuck in sort of the slave mentality. Definitely one of the more defiant ones. So, let me go ahead and roll a D100 actually, since there were 60. Well, let me roll a D6 and then a D10. Since there were 60 to draw from. Okay. Among the group, this is one of the enslaved ones, especially that Venestra, you recall, kind of helping break out, that got kind of defiant. This is actually one of the ones that you saw get accidentally whipped in half in that first encounter. This sort of really pockmarked, beaten, and bruised, scarred in several places. Looks to be sort of older wood elven fellow. First of all, I had been under their... He's trying to find the words.
Control. Chained.
I'd been imprisoned and chained by them for the better part of 30 years. As an elf, I've grown quite gifted. This ain't a lady, this ain't a grandma elf. This ain't, what the fuck? What's my brain doing?
Grown quite what?
Quite gifted in compartmentalizing my emotions, my mental state, my mental damages. I'd sealed myself off and gotten settled into the servitude and the obedience. In getting freed, I was able to, at least in a sense, recover the earlier status of my mind. I and the many behind me are incredibly grateful, particularly those behind me who are of a changeling ilk. They were being rather regularly harvested in greater and smaller ways while still being held to a workman's standard.
He sees her grip the chair, and the chair itself starts to move and shift.
I would be the first to note that Some of the changelings behind me were born into their chains as their parents, some of which are among this crowd, were used as breeding stock. Either enforced to reproduce amongst themselves, amongst their own pairings, singularly, or in some cases of the more adventurous enforcers, acted upon in the hopes of producing more changelings.
Nicodemus, will you come here, please?
He is holding you right now. If you recall, he helped.
Sit down first.
Yeah, you are in his lap. In one of the few times that it is not in a sexual context.
She runs her hand against the wall. Grandma, can you shut the windows, please? And put the inner light on.
She walks up next to you, flicks her wrist, and the windows close.
Thank you.
Of course.
She hugs her grandmother. I'm not gonna cry right now. I can't cry in front of people. She thinks out loud. She's thinking it real hard. I can't cry in front of people. Nick, I want you to unshift, please.
Easily done, and it is met with a mixture of surprised gasps from many of the delegation and many of the servants, to some settled and almost unsurprised soft smiles from other members of the delegation, who kind of already had this as a view.
All the delegation that had been here before saw a screw on the ceiling, so I don't know what their problem is.
A lot of them were drunk. This is a sober morning, given what they had to deal with, earlier, just like 6 hours ago.
This is my other half.
I see. Then we are in good company.
I am behind the war in Jihu. I am backing the war in Jihu.
One of many, I understand.
I am one of the sole backers in Jihu. My son, she looks over at the Chain Titan, is the one defending Jihu.
Whom right now is currently sized down to the size of a standard humanoid. So as to not be hitting his head on every fucking beam words in this castle. Like Gandalf in Bilbo's house.
My daughters have been protecting Jihu.
Understood. We are thankful for the efforts that have been put through so far.
King, I am trying to set in Jihu as a changeling. He was once a slave, just like you.
Myron.
In that same city. Yes, King Myron. He is also part of my family, extended. Adopted.
Despite the strength and energy that this man is producing, there is still a sort of sunken nature to his eyes that says, last night may have been the only good sleep he's gotten in decades. And he is listening to you sternly, his shoulders steadily with every sort of passing syllable, going from tense and taut to gently more and more relaxed.
I want to know how the delegation is taking the fact that I have literally said I am behind the war in Jihu.
That was, to some of them, information that you had already disclosed. So they are taking it very well. They are, more so than anything else, taking note of how, especially given the volatility of the situation, how you are handling this interaction. and they are observing you keenly, sort of, in a sense, appraising your nature through this exchange.
I believe that people like Boot, who I am attached to, that he himself deserves a better name than Boot. So I would like you today to pick a new name that you deserve, not what they gave you.
Hand me that ledger.
She hands you the ledger.
Every one of them behind me, in my company, got a new name. He waves his hand over the pages, and you see this light drift of arcane off of his fingerprints, sort of prestidigitating, some obfuscating inks, and revealing hand-sketched under each printed slave nickname and iconography, a chosen name written in steadily less and less refined Elvish script, going from this really refined sort of Elvish cursive to quick, dirty, and clearly stressed in its quickness, Dr. Scratch, but beautiful names for each and every person here. The only person who seemingly does not have a name change from his nickname, which listed under the ledger, the elf standing before you simply nicknamed Cut, does not have an alternate name listed.
Why didn't you change your name?
In my ability to compartmentalize my memories myself, I had thought that I would be able to remember the name I had before they took me. Alas, I do not. And I would feel it unright to give myself something different than what my parents did long ago among the trees of Sizeth.
I want you to talk to a Minotaur today. And have him find the memory.
If he can.
Oh, he can. It may hurt him to find your name. So you will need to pay him, and I will pay him considering he's my father. We will also ask Volk. He might actually know your name. Tonight Volk will be here to see my children, to explain to them who he is.
Volk is always among us on the Festival of Knowledge.
Let me be more clear. My son is a chain titan, and my children are dragons of a certain type. For those who saw me on the battlefield yesterday, what did I look like?
Dragon.
That's right. What color? Let's see if you have the knowledge as an elf.
Rose.
If I am one half of one, and the half that I have is beneath me, the other half is beneath me, sitting as becoming my chair. She leans into Nicodemus's chest. There are two halves of a whole.
I will go see this adoptive father of yours soon. And I appreciate and am grateful for the offer.
You are welcome. She looks over at the changelings.
For those
suggest that you
present here, by the way. Actually, never mind. That would be an unprompted bit of information.
Go ahead. What do I notice?
What's everybody's, at least who's observing this conversation, passive medicine modifier? 10 plus your medicine mod, I should say.
Oh, my passive medicine of 10 plus my medicine mod. My medicine mod is 18.
18?
Mm-hmm. Plus 10, which would be 28.
Okay. Passive medicine kind of falls under like the
Vinestra said 18.
18, okay. Yeah, passive medicine I would say is like the, just on like first glance, being able to tell whether someone has like the cold or the flu or something like that. Even just like having seen them for a couple of seconds. And notably, you see there are very straight-lined geometric bald patches in this man's hair, which very clearly are indicative of surgical scarring around his head. Very old surgical scarring, given the wrinkled state of this elven fellow.
Sir, can you do me a favor and wait for the fae that's going to be back in a while that looks like a hurricane walking?
Currently Gmod T-posing amongst the rest of the group. No.
Yeah.
Certainly.
She can remove your internal scarring, keeping you from remembering.
Understood.
She looks over at the rest of them. I would like a changeling among you to come forward.
Given how you present yourself, and the role essentially that you have played, they opt to send forward the youngest among their group. The changeling that approaches you, no longer wearing a disguised form, looks to be
What's your name?
no more than 8 years old.
Angel gets off of Nicodemus's lap for a minute. Sits on top of the little tiny chair for a second. And what is your name?
This is one of the ones, and definitely a shock of disgust, Vinestra, that you had to cast Revivify on. That did die during the sort of electrocution effect from the shackle bonds. Shaken as the boy is, or the child, changelings are neither boy nor girl, of course, and both.
Mm.
I was Lee when they called me that.
Hopefully, how would you like to pick a profession? Something you can be proud of.
No, I was Flea.
Okay, well, what's your name now?
Looks over to the elven fellow, as if gauging him for approval, as if it's okay to say it. Which very much reads like these names were said in secret, and saying them out loud, especially in the company they were in, might have resulted in punishment.
She looks at the head guard and the one who does a lot of her paperwork. Because Ben is not working today.
Yeah.
Can we get paperwork made out for Sharni for each one of them, so if anybody ever takes them from Sharni or ever hurts them, they will be taken upon by either the Dragon's Claw or the Whisper?
Yes, my lady.
Each one of you will have paperwork made out that you are free.
Name I was... Name that made me happy was... is... Looking over to him again. Again, that look of cautious and scared child approval.
Is this right? Is this right?
My name is Orchid.
What a pretty name. I have a daughter named Orchid. Would you like to meet her?
Again, looking to him for approval, as if every word this child is given is like walking through a minefield. And he just nods a relaxed, smiling yes, almost emphatically. Yeah.
She looks over at a 5-year-old changeling dressed in an outfit with little orchids on the bottom of it. And she points and she does the little finger wag. Come here.
The changeling girl walks over.
The little boy's name is Orchid.
No words exchanged. Your little girl named Orchid simply hugs him.
I've taken in every changeling that's come to this home. Any children that do not have a home have one here.
As one of the older changelings, looking sort of sullen and used to his bondage and kind of trying to reconcile and force himself to realize this situation is real. This is not some dream that he's going to be rudely awakened from. That is why we presented Orchid to you. We felt Orchid would be in better company with you. If you would have them.
I'll take anyone you ask.
There's a sort of saddened recognition as well from this older changeling when looking at Orchid. And even in the sort of raw changeling form, there are smaller similarities in their traits.
Is it the grandfather?
No.
Or the mother? Oh, they're the same person.
Direct parent. Not only that, singular parent. This Orchid seems like Orchid was the result of an asexual reproduction.
A question. What's your profession, sir?
Whatever I am asked to do.
How would you feel about being one of the wait staff?
If that is what you need. It is... Every syllable of it reeks of traumatized automatic yes response. Badly. And the only sort of echo of fully protective conscious connection is that kid.
She goes down to Orchid and she's going to read his mind and kind of figure out what this person does that makes them happy in the quiet times when they're by themselves.
As sad as it is, just gazing at the stars at night.
How much do you know about the stars?
His tense demeanor softens immediately. The soft, if cautious smile spreading on his face. I could tell you every constellation painted in the skies of Zaria. Every star and every planet it represents, every name each of them have.
Okay. You know what you're going to do for me? You're going to teach my children about the stars. I will pay you a salary that will start tomorrow until the last day of your life. You will have a place to live, you will have food, and you have clothes on your back. And you will take care of Orchid when they finish school, and Orchid will take care of you.
If that is what you wish.
That is not only what I wish, that is what I demand. You live a good life. Everyone should do what makes them the happiest. I want everyone to tell me what their profession is, what they enjoy the most in their life, in the quiet moments of their days. Because those are the things we should grasp.
The faster answer you get to profession are absolute. Between the changelings and the non-changelings that were servants, the faster answers that you get are from some of the older ones, yes, which you can tell based on the limited amount of scars on some of them, more recent enslavements, or in the cases of especially younger ones that have not been so badly beaten and traumatized that they've basically created a compartmentalized personality. And they range from a lot of innocent and civilian shit like carpenter, leather worker, apprentice tailor before that was interrupted. From a lot of the sort of non-changeling individuals, you get soldier, you get quartermaster, you get armorer. In some cases, there's this looks to be this little hill gnome woman that kind of trudges up, like just absolutely caked with scars, to the point where her face is barely recognizable under them. I was a cobbler. I made shoes.
You made shoes? I will have Piper help you with the scarring.
And then they made me a wire worker. Barbed wiring. A lot of it. Too much of it. They said it was like making laces. It was nothing like making laces.
She puts her hand against her face. She's going to use regeneration. Heal the skin.
You watch as scars start to stitch themselves up and reveal underneath the skin, underneath the wrinkled, stretched, and battered face. As old as this gnome looked, with all of that scarring and all of that stress, now looks barely in her 20s.
I need you to see the doctors and ask them to regenerate anything that has scars on it.
Everything has scars on it.
No longer. She puts up a mirror in front of her. No more scars. No more pain.
When she looks in the mirror, she looks in confused recognition. She says, Mom? Read that as that kid was much younger when she was first caught.
I have a pair of shoes. She pulls off the shoes that she's been wearing for the past couple of weeks that are probably beat out. Do you think you can fix these for me?
She snaps immediately out of her trauma response and looks straight at the shoes on your feet. Those are... Who made those? Those are fitting so poorly. Look... Oh, those are calluses are bad. Okay, Hold on. So... Oh yeah, no, I can fix this.
Then you have a job here.
Great. Good.
We'll help you
Awesome.
find your mom.
Wonderful.
You're gonna tell me where your parents were from. We're gonna see if we can find them, okay?
They did.
Okay. Do you need a hug? need a hug.
You get this immediate lockup of hesitation with that as well. Afraid to say yes.
Indo reaches out and hugs Sono, putting her hands in her hair. You did your best.
Roll a history check for me.
Hold on. Is it a night? Okay, there we go. I finally get to roll fucking dice. A 19 plus a lot.
When you were a kid, your dad would very sneakily bring you through the markets of Charney, and sometimes bring you out onto the surface, you know, walking through especially the markets up in Koraz in particular. And there were these girls, there was this girl with these beautiful, piercing blue eyes with this sort of flits of yellow in her iris. It was unmistakable. It was eye-catching. It was amazing. She was working a shoe stand. This little girl, like just barely older than you, went on a play date with her. This little hill gnome named Ming. And you are staring right at her.
That's what she says. Did the best.
Well, history's with disadvantage for her looking at you. That still makes it. Can I stay here?
You can stay here forever.
Do you have a washroom?
Of course I have a washroom. You're in space.
She nods hesitantly. As you are staring at a buried childhood memory.
I'm so sorry. Oh, Maker. My name's Sue. What's yours?
I know. You went by Angel. Your dad made you go by Angel. Can I get pointed to that washroom really quick?
Nick, she
Yeah.
looks over it. She actually looks over at Tatsu. Tatsu, please.
He quickly leads her away. Not that hard to understand what she's probably going there to do.
I cry.
Bawl her eyes and her soul out. With that small moment of recognition.
She looks over at the rest of them. Any profession that you want, that you've had in your past lives that you want to keep, I will pay you for it. And we will build a small community in this castle.
I'm going down the list here, actually, with the amount of people in this contingent.
Until the war is over. And then you will move into the city, and you will have a home.
Avery.
And no one will ever harm you.
Yes.
You recognize someone in this crowd.
Oh.
staring into it, tucked into the back. A female wood elven figure, well built. This woman was a Sizethian soldier who was a client of yours.
Spicy client?
Yeah.
Spicy client?
Her name was Ephessa.
It's a spicy client.
I pretend I don't see her.
Because he's married.
You can recall, purely because of how, let's say, active of a client she was, just how many times you've had her because she called for you on repeat.
I have a question.
You've
Would
had her
our
precisely
mind link
14 times. And every time she threw you over her shoulder, and you felt like after every session was over that you were trying not to literally fall into two pieces. But she was also incredibly, verbally at least, incredibly kind, sweet, and bubbly all throughout. It was a really insane contrast. She was very much like, in terms of bedside manner, one of the crazies.
Definitely going incognito, pretending I don't.
I have a question with the mind link. Do I get
Probably hiding behind Venestra.
She was also, thankfully, one of the people that you absolutely never revealed your true changeling shape to, so luckily, she most likely doesn't recognize you.
So I have a question.
I shift into changeling form.
I have a question. Do I recognize her considering that we're mind linked right now?
You pick up on Avery's freak out like that. Just that moment of, fuck.
Does Aiko fight?
This, like,
Does Aiko
white face going.
Does Aiko figure it out?
I'm gonna roll history for Aiko.
Venestra said. Vi would glance at Avery, confused why he's hiding behind her.
Don't worry about it, just keep me hidden from that bitch over there.
Aiko does not pick up on it. And again, Sefessa was verbally very kind in the bedroom, really rough. But also, again, like, she was real big on aftercare for you. But she was absolutely like a soldier who kind of wanted a fight in the bedroom. That kind of thing.
I just don't want to be seen by her. She's nice, but she's crazy.
Also, Joe question.
Yeah.
Does Brush recognize any of them? And do any of the slaves need prosthetics?
They need regeneration. That's what they need, is regeneration. We need to do regeneration.
Regeneration can be provided. There are actually 3 that would need prosthetics if regeneration is not feasible, but regeneration is viable for the most part. Any that Brush recognized. Brick already recognized one. Let's see. Okay.
Oh, and Urkbach is in council, so is Urkbach recognizing anybody?
Brush also recognizes Ephessa.
I have a question. Does Urkbach recognize anybody in this group?
With a natural 20, Urkbach also recognizes Ephessa. She was a very, let's say, active soldier and soldier of fortune, mind you, when it came to exploring, let's say, paid services. The fact that they managed to take this bitch down and enslave her, given how much of a reputation she had in so many businesses, raises a big question of fucking how.
I have a question. Does Zefessa actually approach Angel at some point, considering she's sitting in the chair?
She seems unnervingly docile, actually. She is staring into space.
Angel's gonna walk up and touch her arm. We'll float up with her little float thing. Looks really unintimidating at the moment. It's such a chair.
Zephysa is one of the only celebrity clients that Angel you only recognize from stories. You never personally encountered her. And this usually very stern, very, let's say, powerful client, so to speak. Which you can see the leftover musculature that's on her. It has very clear signs of atrophy all over it. She looks at you with one milked over, doled out eye, and the slightest bit of drool gathered at the side of her face.
I'm gonna cast regeneration on her face. Just put my hand on her head.
As you cast regeneration, you feel that energy reach out to her face, of course, but it reaches deeper into her skull and into her brain as you feel not only something shift and push back into place, but a number of things rearrange and regrow. She was lobotomized to push her into service.
Hey.
And as you watch almost color and soul return to her eyes, it's almost like snapping awake for a moment. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Oh, gods. Oh, God. Oh, I'm...
You're alive. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Deep breaths.
I'm pissed.
I'm letting you know she reaches out and smacks him across the face. Full on smack across the face.
Thank you. Oh my God. Those fucking pricks.
Look at me.
Hi. Hello.
Hi.
Fuck.
Hi.
That stature's... You're one of Oakbox, aren't you? No, nobody has that stat. Nobody else has that stat. Unless you're one of the... Unless you're one that got trained by her, I can read that all over you. It smells like... You even wear the types of perfumes she recommends. I can smell that immediately.
Actually, those are my natural perfumes that that is my skin.
No wonder she picked you up then. God. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, where did all my muscles go? Oh, wait, no, I know where they went. Oh, those fuckers.
Hey.
Oh. Ooh, that's like a migraine and a half.
Nick, do me a
Going
big
away all at
favor
once.
and do the thing that we did when we were 5 years old.
Which thing? We did a few things.
The small arrow thing. Don't hit her. He can hear it in his mind.
Shooting it right by her head.
Wake up.
You can see her slowing down, and you can see her thinking as if she's now trying to recontextualize every word that she's heard since she got here. You don't have to pay me a single coin. I will happily join your war effort to go ahead and rip limbs off from these dirty fuckers.
I'm gonna let you know that I've lost 3 caravans full of children.
I know. I heard that. I heard that much. I also heard it not in... Oh, that's what that is. That's why... Wait a minute. Avery, you are hearing a mental vibration coming off of this woman. And you are slowly starting to realize, with each passing millisecond, and you are hiding even harder behind Venestra's shadow, maybe why she called out for you every fucking time, beyond maybe it wasn't just your body. As you are starting to pick up on steadily, psionic potential radiating off of this woman's head.
Woman is radiating psionic energy.
Yeah. As she, especially as now she's been regenerated, just quickly tests her fingers, and she flicks her finger between her thumb, and across the room, though nothing can be seen, an apple explodes.
Can we not do that in my house,
Sorry.
please?
Just needed to make sure it worked. Needed to make sure it worked.
Interesting.
Avery, roll me really quick a history check regarding, you have a lower DC for this given your natural magical skill set, for what discipline that immediately reads as.
Ooh, that's a nat 20.
Yes.
This
Good
woman,
job,
in
Paul.
terms of Soldier of Fortune and everything, has Soul Knife written all over her. These are stealth soldiers that use psionic energy to assassinate people. Basically, silent assassinations with no visible wounds. Complete internal and psychic damage. These are psionic rogues, basically.
But I don't sense any hostility, right?
No, just uncomfortably familiar, entirely manic energy.
So,
Vinestra said, Vi's going to approach the woman. Welcome. Angel want me to supervise her and help in her recovery?
I would like to talk to her first, considering that she does know Urkbach. I would like to know how. Looks over at Urkbach.
Regular
Taking a look at
clients
the building.
in a lot of
Okay.
our locations.
Okay, but can we at least tell me what was her normal standing?
She paid really well.
No, what was her normal clientele like?
Anybody with a lick of mental magic she really, really liked, and anybody who didn't have a lick of mental magic were generally the creative types among our trainees.
Good. Okay, awesome. Can you do me a big favor?
Yes.
I'm going to let you know that there are some people in this castle that are off limits.
I wouldn't impose. I would request, and if I'm denied, that's okay.
There are some people who still work, but I would try somebody with more mental ability and more capability. And only those. Urkbach, we still have people working, don't we? Here?
Something that
Have
smells
somebody.
familiar in this room. Don't know if I can put my thumb on it.
I don't think it wants you to know that you're here. Looks over at her.
It? No, that energy's not in it. That's a sort of a they.
Uh-huh, I understand it's a they, but I don't think that they wants you to know that they exist.
Or was it a he? I don't remember. I'm trying to pick it together, piece it together.
Okay, how about
Did
you
I make a
focus on
bad
me?
impression? I'm sorry. Paid really well. Don't have
Well,
any money on me right now. I wouldn't
he's-
approach
let you know
without my coin.
that person is taken. Like, permanently taken.
Good for him.
I know, right?
I'm gonna roll really quick to see if she picks up on her perception. Go ahead and roll me a stealth check, Avery. Using actually your intelligence modifier to try and obscure your psionic presence.
Well, good thing my intelligence modifier is a +6 now.
Yeah, but so is hers. But so is hers.
Hers is actually now, because of the +4, a
9.
just fucked up math. +7. Excuse me.
4 become... I have a +9 in stealth regularly. So would that just add 2 to it to be +11?
Yes.
Oh wait, no, because that's Dex, so...
No, we're talking about intelligence.
I know. So how...
Your proficiency modifier right now is a +8, so it's just going to be, if you are proficient in stealth, that's going to be your intelligence modifier +8. And if not,
Okay.
it's just going to be your
6
intelligence.
plus 8 plus what I rolled. 6 plus 8.
So 14 plus what you rolled. So 14 plus 9 is 23.
Yep. 23. Rolled 23 stealth with intelligence.
I'm letting you know if this person was stronger than you, then I'm really scared now.
Her head slowly turns in your direction, and then there is a smile of playful, sadistic recognition. It's not the
Crazy
big one.
backbreaker lady?
Mm-hmm.
It's not the big
Oh,
one.
crap.
Something's behind the big one. Oh, I'm
What?
excited, but
Just
you
an
said they're
unassuming
taken, so now I'm
changeling.
disappointed at the same time.
Okay.
I've also changed my voice. What? I'm just an unassuming changeling.
That explains a lot, actually.
Explains what? I'm so confused.
Why you didn't break when I had you.
Time to run. I just start dashing off.
She does not pursue you.
I look over at Cal and Gel and I'm like, this one.
They're
one?
looking at this girl just in befuddled shock.
Oh my god, Adam, Joe,
Wait,
Joe,
Should
Adam.
I backtrack?
Oh.
Is Aiko there?
Aiko's just staring at the situation in confused amusement, like, what's going on?
I look... Okay, so instead of running away... Sorry, I had a better idea. Instead of running away, I just shift back to my normal form and take Aiko by the arm, lock arms. I have a girlfriend.
If all are consenting, or at least needing to be paid up front, I don't mind doing a threesome.
No, absolutely not.
Vinestra said, so Atom has competition.
I have a question. Is Adam intrigued? This is a mental state thing. Adam is a newborn, but Adam is also a full-grown adult.
Funny thing about
With mental
monster
health.
births and celestial births. I'm gonna roll a percentile for Adam, actually.
I haven't figured out who Adam's supposed to be with, so if this is what it ends up being, I'm not opposed.
This woman is poly by default, just because entangling with mental energies is her fuel.
Yes, but Adam is a domineering spirit as far as that's concerned.
So is she. So this is going to be interesting if
It's
it
gonna
lines
be
up.
interesting.
And it'll be a question of who tames who in that case, but...
He needs to get some manners, so it would be great. But I'm gonna say it'd be a really odd situation considering he's one.
Okay. Based on that roll, Adam does not find that kind of intrigue with her. So it may be another that finds that route.
She's looking at all her mental capacity children. She's looking for any of them who are like, I need to know if this is going somewhere right now.
Roll me a vibe check, and then pick one of your mental kids out of the hat. Actually, pick one of your mental kids out of the hat, then roll a vibe check for me.
My vibe check is a 17 plus.
plus 10 plus 11, like 11 now.
Plus 11. Okay, so
I don't know, but I can't remember.
might be plus 14.
But
I'll say
whatever.
plus 14 for now, which means
Well, I have proficiency, and then I have expertise, so I have a plus 12
oh,
naturally.
actually,
So,
let me go plus 16, then plus. What's your wisdom modifier?
as angel, it's currently at like a 25 right now.
Okay, so plus 7, so 7 plus 18, 23, plus. And then what did you roll?
I rolled a 17.
So 40. 40 total. All right, and then which of the mental kids are you picking out of the hat?
I have Kel, I have Gel, and then I have 2 of the Panther children.
Kel and Gel are
also
paired up.
I know, but there's still 2 of the Panther children. She looks over at them. One of them just lost her date to an entire roper attack.
Okay.
And they did not end up dating before.
This makes her a candidate for me to basically roll again. I'm going to roll for that Panther child. Do you recall her name? Just
It's
also
a
because you
male,
like to
his
do
name-
romance book writings things. Let's see if this lines up.
I think his name is Byron.
All right. Write that down because I know you like to do the romance entries. So let's see if this lines up.
Okay.
That's going to be aggressive. Okay. I shit you not. Both percentiles on the candidacy roll, or in this case, the D&D OkCupid, double 69s on the percentiles.
I don't know what that means, Joe.
They matched on the percentile roll, which means yes. And they matched on the funniest fucking number I could have rolled.
And that one's an adult. He's just at 20, or he's now 20, age 20 right now.
Yeah. She is his senior by a long shot because she's an elf, but proportionately she's relative to his age.
She looks over at that child and as her brain goes, I'm not ready for this. Nicodemus literally reaches her brain, the same thing. I'm not ready for this.
That's the divine vision you get, and you also get that it's still like an incredibly active kind of open relationship, but it's very much they are coming home to each other, and as they come home to each other, it is the most passionate thing they do all day, so to speak.
I don't think it would be an open relationship. All of Angel's kids are extremely not open relationship.
You know what, actually, hold on, let me roll a percentile here. Because it does start at 1 at least. Start as 1.
Oh, none of Angel's kids are open relationship. They learned the hard way.
It's another pair. Okay. Paranatural 100s, and this is going to be for your book material and also for any epilogue related stuff. It'll start as her being incredibly active, and she will slowly have less and less frequent partners until she fully settles on him.
Angel just looks over at this child, considering knowing that this is gonna suck.
And as far as rocking the boat, and as far as where those rolls went, she is still absolutely the top, but essentially is magnetically drawn to him steadily more and more over time.
She's like, she looks over at Nicodemus. And is like, this shoot me like thing. She does this.
If you need to subtitle that relationship for easy note-taking, crazy cat lady. Yeah.
Yeah, I need you to literally write me down what her name is.
This is the first name that you get. As far as last name, you'll get that from when you ask
I have
about
a
it.
question. Reaching into her brain, does she get the same vision? Because I put her back together.
Reaching into her brain, do you get the same vision of that pairing?
No, because she literally, when I touch people, sometimes when I fix people, stuff like that will happen.
What you do get is this small pause from Hermanic energy as you get that little nugget of fascination, just briefly staring at the panther.
Like
Seated, as she turns away and then continues scanning the rest of the castle, resuming Hermanic energy.
Nick? Like her whole thought process is, I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready for this. And what do you know? This kid is like usually the one that ends up crying to mom once in a while. So this is gonna be a fun thing.
This is a woman this manic, crazy, and, as noted from some previous people who've had experience with her, powerful, falling for the sensitive little cat beam.
And Angel's like, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. She looks over at Avery, and she thinks to him, you're not gonna have to worry too long. Thinking too over to him.
I can see that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, unfortunately, because your high sensitivity to psionic energies, you do also immediately kind of get that sensation of manic energy, need to hide in Vanestra's shadow to fascination note at, okay, wait, oh, should I be concerned for the kid?
Angel's like,
Little bro.
Angel's brain is like, this is gonna suck.
And based off of the small exchange of reputation that you're getting whispered from Urkbach, whispered from Angel, and also just mentally just bleeding off of Avery, I'd be lying if Vanestra and Amira don't kind of immediately get possibly incredibly active customer vibes off of this lady.
I'm going to let you know you're going to fit in just fine around here.
Fantastic. Do you have someone I can go and kill? Or extract?
I would.
I'm
She
sorry.
looks
I'm
over at-
insanely pissed and I need somewhere to put that energy.
Well, I can totally give you somewhere to put that energy.
Good.
She looks over at Ezekrin.
Any bounties that need to be handled? Wait, we're in a castle. Where are we? Feels like it's cold outside. It was cold outside. We're in Kirin right now.
We are in Kirin. We're entering the festival.
Festival
So
of Knowledge,
enjoy the
right?
festival. Yes, so festival. Enjoy the festival. I might need your help killing some Illithid later, so...
Oh. Illicit remnant or Velix remnant? It's a bit of both. I've had
Velix
experience
remnant.
with both.
Alex from...
Cool. I need to ritualistically connect with my ancestors. See what I can learn since I've been gone.
Don't leave too far outside the house.
I don't need to go anywhere. She looks up and you watch her eyes just roll into the back of her skull and she stands still.
Okay, I'm gonna talk to one of these other people. She looks over there and she's like, "Oh, I think we
Avery,
should talk."
immediate trauma response seeing that because she's done that in the, I'll say this, she's done that in the middle of things with you. It was admittedly a brief moment of reprieve because she went dead statue still every time, but it was still creepy as shit.
I'm letting you know she literally goes to the next person to question them. Are there any other people that are notable in this group, Joe, considering the situation?
Other
Got a
than
mental assassin and a crazy bedroom lady. You want more notable people?
She puts her hands on Cut's head and tries regeneration and see if it pushes the scarring out of his brain.
yeah. As you grotesquely hear this sort of rending of internal flesh, snapping and shifting of bone, and slowly, a whole ass rusted head of a hatchet just shove itself out of his skull.
Huh.
As it clatters to the ground. Based on the rough make, this is a pig iron hatchet, low quality as shit. It clearly broke off part of the blade side in his head.
Are you okay now?
Naturally, there's a little bit of blood coming out of his nose just because of what fucking ejected itself.
She puts I'm letting you know there's a hanky moment where she puts a hanky to his nose. It's one of those weird, here's a hanky.
Takes it.
Do you remember your name now?
Thank you. Ah.
You okay?
Yes.
What's your name?
My name is Aniron.
Aniron. I'm letting you know she tries really hard not to giggle, considering it sounds like anyone.
I know what you're thinking.
Sorry.
No
She looks
surname.
over-
Wasn't of a family that could have one, which is fine. I was a farmer for most of my life.
A farmer?
Yes.
Hey, Oliver, knock it off. Hi, sweet baby boy. Hello.
From
Look at
his
that
use of
nose.
magic alone, that reads a little bit like bullshit.
Yeah, no, we're gonna roll some insight on this bullshit.
Roll me an insight.
A natural 20 for insight.
Natural 20. As he gets healed, whereas Zethessa immediately started fucking radiating a manic and volatile kind of psionic energy, there is this sort of soft, reverberative, almost sing-song-like quality that seems to radiate off of him that almost reads like the natural kind of sounds in a forest right by a creek. druids sometimes give this off when they're incredibly old and usually incredibly fucking disciplined in their craft. Which means, in a purely poetic sense, farmer is accurate. It is absolutely more complicated than that.
When you're ready to be honest with me, then we'll talk about it.
What I've said, for all intents and purposes, was not a lie.
Understand that. But it's far more than what you're saying.
Yet another seemingly really powerful individual whom only ended up in their shackles because of severe brain trauma. That said, the man was casually surviving part of a hatchet being inside of his brain and operating somewhat normally.
I'm gonna surprise you a little bit. Shitozu Makiku. Makiku?
Well,
Sassy. She's a sassy tree girl. Sassy tree girl!
well, look at you. Oh, my goodness. Oh. Carlo, I would be pissed if she knew one of you was still walking around.
Isn't it?
Not quite. He's an Aunt Shepherd. Sort of a derivative and discipline of druidics that sort of direct the flow of ants and their sort of movements through the forest to idealize growth patterns.
Kiku, you are free to work with them if you want to.
Soft and pretty passive occupation and lifestyle. They're not generally the greatest of fighters, but in order to be able to direct ants, you gotta get powerful, and I wouldn't want to fight one, but honestly, he reads as a pacifist.
Yes, but he might be able to help you repopulate. That's what your job is.
Just mine.
I know that I'm gonna have another tree child with this next grouping. She looks over at Avery. She's like, I am very impressed with this group of people. As she walks up and just starts regeneration against people and literally taking, I'm letting you know she's even using secondary spell multipliers in order to able to use enough spell slots.
Absolutely, just making some notes. All right, and then in terms of the rest of the people that you do regenerate, a lot of lesser professions. Well, okay, maybe not lesser. That's unfair to say about people who legitimately have productive jobs. Just professions of less fantastical prowess. A lot more mundane.
No,
things.
she doesn't mind that. She needs people that are going to be able to work as backup.
Yeah, there's tailors, there's basket weavers, which of course a lot of the people that seem to be wearing, for the most part, wicker clothing tend to be the sort of basket weavers by trade, so naturally, of course. And then there are, of course, people that are naturally, actually, in the most direct sense possible, farmers by trade. A lot of those. Especially kind of around the lush region they were extracted from.
She looks over at Mom. Do you want them to farm more food because we've got more people in the castle?
Sounds like a plan. Although, I don't know how well they would know how to farm fungus.
Yes, but we're not only using fungus anymore. We have 4 different season rooms now.
True, very true, very true. As one sea elf, dried the fuck up and very much out of the region, I'm a mycologist. I can do mushrooms.
I can do mushrooms.
For an elf, dude is fucking short. He's 5'9".
You are the
That's
cutest
shorter
elf
than
ever.
I am IRL.
You are the cutest elf I've ever seen.
How dare you? I'm
Vinistra
37.
said, so a regular D&D elf.
I resent that remark.
She looks over Urkbach. Is there anybody else I need to worry about?
Aside from as she is quickly scooping up like about 5 different people. Some farmer workers that I was really wondering where the hell they went.
Ladies, Urkbach will lead you to your rooms, set you up. You have a space to work. If you screw me over, Ezekrin will eat you. Have a nice day.
They all nod emphatically. So I can do mushrooms. I can do a few things like that. And do you happen to have a bath? I'm really dry. So dry.
She
I'm
looks over
barely-
at her deep well. Do you want to show him what you can do?
Yeah. Just water flooding across the guy.
Water.
It's like, I'm really dry. I could use a bath. Fire hose. As it stops, he's just halfway across the hall, trying to pick himself up. Too much? Trying to feel my legs. I don't know if they're still attached. Oh, they're good. They're still attached.
She looks over at Avery and Vanessa. She's trying so hard as a leader to not giggle. She's like As far as tailors go, she goes and looks over at everyone. She looks, there's some tailors back there that will get you started in working.
Yeah.
There are looms to work on. There are plenty of people here to service. And as the festival is coming in and we are a bar, and probably the only local bar in town, we will probably have some business. So let's set up, let's do the thing, and let's get started, ladies.
Absolutely. As the first day.
Shari's gonna have open port here.
Oh, yeah. Day of Remembrance officially kicks off. Now, with that, with where the session's at, with how late it is, and with...
I'm sorry for all the disruptions.
It's, hey, shit happens. Also, I've been actively getting interrupted, nervously, constantly checking my phone, in hopes that we're going to be at a more stable spot. Also, to give the festival as well as the interrogation thing
I really want to see
the
that.
appropriate breathing room that it needs. We're going to save that for next session.
Yes, and I want to see what Avery's going to do with Ike. Like, there's a couple of things I want to hand over to Avery, see if they'll actually work on his stuff, considering I have stuff from session 1 in my backpack.
Yeah.
Vinistra said, hold up, the town doesn't have a bar.
Nope. Our town does not have a bar. They didn't have a tavern. We looked for the tavern.
Yeah, Arcala does not have a bar. I mean, it's a frozen landscape, not really much access to mead and honey, or really, you know, wheat for beer. Anything alcoholic, strictly speaking, is imports and would have been distributed for the most part at the Carve House, just as a central trade spot. As far as strictly speaking bars, not really something that they had
They used to make
consistent enough access to make use of.
They used to make wintergreen wine, which was like a wine made from a poison. And it was distilled enough to where it can actually be drunk.
Technically, all wine's made from poison. That's alcohol for you.
Yes, I get that, Joe, but that's the reason her mom was the one who made. That's what it's in Violet's backstory.
Yeah.
Her mother used to work for the
Alcohol
people that
desperately
used
needs to be
make it.
reintroduced to this town. These people are too sad.
Not anymore. There's vampires again here that they're gonna get re-healed and all that.
They need to retry drowning at the bottom of a bottle. What do we want to name this session? What are we gonna?
Vinistra said, But yes, what are we doing next week? Sorry for the interruption.
It's all good. Next week is going to be, of course, I want to devote 2 hours to it, the getting on the same page session, assuming everybody gathers up and everybody's here. I want to do that. And then after that, we're going to do the interrogation, and we're going to do the first day of the Festival of Knowledge, especially with all of the sort of whimsy associated with that. Seems like that especially would be a really good, feel-good kind of cool down from the intensity of interrogation, especially with how it seems to go down with a lot of these characters. So that's the base plan, at least.
Avery climbed a manic mountain. Or Avery took a manic mountain. Oh my god.
And you know...
More like he got caught in a rock slide.
Yes, please. I would like Avery's help with the interrogation.
Psionics are wonderful for that. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. If you don't have enough wisdom save, I could just straight out pull out the answers you want.
That'd be great.
Again, everybody's intelligence is bumped during the festival. If you need to make a note of it as well. During the 4-day stretch, if your intelligence is 18 or higher, it gets bumped by 4 points. If it is 17 or lower, it gets bumped by 2 points. Either way, everybody gets a bump during these 4 days.
Well, we kind of need it considering this zebra guy is kind of a weirdo.
I'm a charisma caster, though.
And now I'm going to be able to develop this generic zebra enemy, which was, I'm going to be honest, designed to die, into a complicated character with the depth and reasons for doing what he did. And attachments. And things you guys can take advantage of during an interrogation or torture session.
Run.
Well, let him run. Bitch. Little bitch running away.
That's how it goes.
Little bitch.
Honestly, some of the best NPCs in this game have been generic gloss over sessions that you guys have insisted on spending too much time with, and it's like, fuck, I gotta add depth to this guy.
Isn't
I'm letting you know.
They're born, though?
No. I'm letting you know, I literally made an NPC child, and now, and like the first episode, everybody wanted to talk to a different child. So I had like 40 different voices with 40 different children.
Yeah.
All different inflections.
Which, to be fair, you are really good at kid voices.
Thanks.
That is not an insult. That is a legitimate moment of praise. You playing a perhaps child-possessed doll character in like a darker story would be really fun.
I did that.
You did?
I did that.
Did you? When did you do that?
In our campaign. Amber hated it.
Oh, as an NPC. I mean like as a straight-up player character to play consistently.
You mean
especially
like,
with Amber there.
You mean like NG? You want me to play like an evil character like an NG? Where it's the doll that's possessed by all the spirits?
Doesn't necessarily mean evil, right? You know? Vengeful doesn't always mean evil.
Should I play her like Jane
Vinistra
Doe?
said,
Like,
sent you some stuff, Joe.
Appreciate it.
so, Joe, should I play her like Jane Doe, where she's like, it's my turn?
What happened? Where did everyone go?
By all means. All right.
Why can't I hear you?
Let's see. Seems like your Discord's acting up. I'm not sure who to
Jane
raid.
Doe. Do you mean the soldier from TF2?
Nope.
I'm gonna try rejoining.
It's all good. Do what you gotta do.
I'll show you.
Ooh, let's raid Down to Die RP. They're doing Dungeons and Dragons. They are doing a campaign 1, episode 17, Last Breath. Their backdrop looks really cool. So let's do it. Sounds like a good plan. Let's raid them. And it's Down to Die in reference to the die that you roll, not death as you die. But then again, the pun value is still there. I've also been... I don't know where I was going to finish that sentence, but either way, we're going to go ahead and raid Down to Die RP. Thank you guys, those of you who've showed up, whatever, to watch. I appreciate it, seriously, deeply, fantastically. And I will see you guys next week. Assuming a number of things go well on this side. And we'll see how things go. I will be seeing everybody on Monday. Whoop.
Do not allow me to raid down to DIRP. They have raids disabled. But why?
Because they don't like to be infiltrating RP.
Okay, I get it. Well, if you feel inclined, filter your way over to down to DIRP. It is thing. Okay, it is thing. It look like fun thing they are doing. What do we want to name the session?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's not an answer.
Vinestra said, mountain climber.
Yes.
Yeah, sure, fuck it. Session 72, mountain climber.